Yo, yo, yo. I thought Kids was opening up the show. We on Canada time, but I'll roll it, man, because I'm good like that, man. We can just do this stuff, man. Welcome everybody to the show. There's nobody in the chat yet, man. We are about 20 minutes late, and I apologize for that. Listen, it's a good night to talk about some football because this weekend we got Bears inside Hallis Hall and going into the Walter Payton Center and starting to those UDFAs, those rookies, those tryout guys, all of these guys are going to be mixed up together. And I can't wait to see what kind of fizzles out of this, man, because I got high hopes for quite a few players in that practice. I mean, not in the practice squad, but in that tryout list, quite a few hopefuls in that UDFA sign class. All of that's coming together, but it's a lot of news going on as far as the Bears go. There's Cole Kmet, rumors out there. There's running back rumors still out there. There's, just NFL stuff we're going to talk about. We're going to be talking about stuff going on with Diddy and his freaky behind, all that stuff. We're going to be getting into all that tonight. But we ain't going to hold you guys too long. We held you guys up for about 20 minutes, and we plan to make up for that, and we will do it. And so let me just pass the rock to my guy from Canada, man, and get some shout-outs and some pleasantries.
Well, it's Wednesday. Time for some extra sauce, y'all. Instead of extra sauce, I mean some extra strawberries, trying to keep keto friendly. Just saying. In any event, man, we're gonna chop it up, throw the mic around the horn here and see what happens. It's always something on extra sauce. So give a little bit of love to you all who love us. Big shout out to our guy Supernova Maniac Marlon Johnson, and it's Crimson You Dig with the wrench. Derek Guy out there with the another Supernova Maniac. You should be one too, as is the good minister Charles Johnson. He's holding it down with us tonight. Liberty Outlook's out there. Jacob on the Dawn, Dobbsy 34. Yo, man, we'll keep it moving and get right into this Bears love fiasco. I was gonna throw it down to my guy Triple R for a little bit of love too, but he's gone.
I'm right here, baby boy.
He's back. He's back.
Because I didn't want kids to be the only erotic and sensual one on the show tonight.
Oh no!
See,
where the whipped cream at, man?
Hey! Wait till you
go. Keto friendly, bro. Keto friendly.
Well, we trying to stop some being total fat asses, and you getting all girl friendly on us.
Hey, that's good way. That's good cardio, man. That's what I'm saying. That's good cardio, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Real talk though, whipped cream is keto friendly. Just saying. But don't go overdoing it now.
But I mean, chocolate is too. That dark chocolate,
that dark cocoa, hell yeah.
Also diabetes friendly. Goddamn.
Big up to all of the maniacs out there tuning in, whether you are live or doing it on demand. Before we get it going, I'll just tell you.
Oh no!
Self promotion.
Hold on, man. Y'all healthy Triple R Minister Charles over there eating fried ribs and shit. Like ribs ain't fat enough.
Man, you got that edamame of the layers of flavor with the seasonings, then the fried, then the sauce on there, and right on, Minister, right on. But yeah, before I was so rudely interrupted, Minister.
My bad, bro.
Oh, I mean, no, man, Minister's cool. I don't want no beef with Minister because he becomes no man's ass.
Yeah, he be on me. He be on me. Suit.
No diddy. So sports Chicago style. Give us a sub and check out the videos, whether it be Chef Tripp's cooking, Tripp with his exercise stuff, or the joints with Coach Tripping and Tripp, whatever it may be. Show some support, sports Chicago style. Carry on.
Man, listen, shout out to everybody in the chat, man. And let me get to a question I saw right off the top. Jacob on the Dime coming here firing. He said, I want to know what Luther Burden's number is going to be. What is his number in college? It's 3? Is it 3? I believe it's 3. And they can do single numbers now. Why? I don't know anybody else on the roster that's rocking 3. I'm thinking about it right now as I'm speaking. I don't know. Do y'all know anybody on the roster? I think you can get it.
Yeah, not offhand.
Yeah, I think you can get it.
I'm not sure if I give a rat's ass what his number is.
Yeah, I don't give a shit, man.
I really have
to think about
I actually do, man, because I need Caleb's number, man. That 18 sucks like a motherfucker, man.
What's the difference between I don't see, here's my thing. Numbers, don't give a shit about. You know, personal player accolades, don't give a shit about. What color the jerseys or the stripes or the horizontal or verticals, I don't give a shit about. I want to win. So they could be wearing the ugliest colors out there with the cross shit. What is that? Argyle? Is that what you call that shit? You know, they could be having Argyle socks on. I don't give a shit. And stop trying to sell me different color jerseys. This is a team colors. Stop changing it up just to get more revenue. Man. Just win damn games. That's all I mean.
We need to get some flavor up in this motherfucker. Chicago is stale as hell when it comes to come on, dog. All that old tradition. It's a place for the tradition. On a game that you schedule where you can throw out the old school jerseys, but get some new shit up in there for God's sakes, man.
Look, I'm somewhere in the middle of both y'all. Like, I want to win for sure, but I wouldn't mind like a blackout or a whiteout jersey. Like, there's a couple of a couple of things that I wouldn't be averted to.
It's fresh as hell,
even a gray jersey, or a friggin', you know what I mean, or a friggin' like a camo. You know what I mean?
That probably.
Not kids and turn fashionista on us. Damn.
Oh man, you know, and I'm like the furthest thing from it, but like I wouldn't mind rocking it. Like, you know,
hey, kids, let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something, kid. Camo is the easiest thing to fuck up if you ain't got flavor. So if they're gonna do something camo related, you got to have motherfucker in there with some style and some
like to Nomad's point here, style and flavor. If you want to have a whiteout winter camo, you know, polar camo kind of thing. Okay, you know, maybe I'm back on board. Maybe I'm back.
You know what I'm saying? That would be dope, like a whiteout camo with the orange too, right?
Well, that kind of kills the camo with the orange, but yeah,
just the logo though, just the logo with the blue and orange on whiteout. That would be nice, man. There's a couple of
shit they got going on, kids, man. What the guys, No Maniacs, is speaking about it, man. That old creamsicle shit.
Yeah,
that's some dead ass shit right there.
Well, yeah, but I gotta tell you the truth. That's my favorite uniform on Madden.
Me too. I like the creamsicle.
On Madden, huh?
Yeah, because it stands out in the snow. You know what I mean? Because you know I'm old now. My eyesight since the Atari 2600 ain't the same. And so wearing white uniforms and like blizzard conditions, I don't know what the fuck is going on out there. So you put on, and then I make sure that the opponent uniform is some dark shit too.
He ain't with it, man. He's
you know, my favorite jersey, and I got this. I got one tailor made. I got with the I forget the NFL shop, and I caught them at a time. They made me a long sleeve. So you know that uniform they wear where the hard navy and the hard block orange letters on it. And they got the solid blue helmet. You know that jersey I'm talking about. They wore a lot of that. They wore that jersey a lot when Marshall was here. What's his name? Marshall, Jay Cutler, and that whole little crew. They wore that jersey quite a few times. It's the solid jersey. It's the solid blue jersey with the hard orange letters on it.
Like the kind of the amateur orange, like claw marks on the deep blue with the block.
It didn't have no marks on it. It's just plain.
But it's got that vibe to it. Brandon Marshall was here, and he wore that a lot. With
Brandon. Yeah.
Hey, Joe.
I gotta find a image of it. Let me find an image of it while y'all talk. But just to drive the point home, I think that plain ass uniform is dope as hell. Just dope.
There's a couple of things like, and that, you know what, and the opposite, like the black and gray camo with the exact same logo. I think those two would be real nice. Whiteout, blackout camo for the Bears. I think it'd be a real sick look for a season or two. But whatever. I'm like I say, I'm the furthest thing from a fashionista. I really do just want to win. So jersey, you know.
Right.
Outfits be damned, real talk. Like I could care less.
It means something to me.
The next conversation after the uniform color and design would be the helmet logos.
It's this joint right over here that Miss Trubisky is rocking. That joint.
Yeah.
Love that shit. Love that shit. I had me a long sleeve jersey made like that with stripes around the biceps, and a motherfucker stole it from me at work, man. It was hard. It was hard as hell, man. It was real hard.
I don't like just because we're looking at it. I don't like the stripe helmet like that.
I mean, the striped helmet, I can live with that. I think it's all right, man. I think they need to put a little outline around it, maybe some white outline, just to kind of, bring it out a little bit and make it different than Michigan or Delaware. You know what I mean? There's little things you can do to that to make that shit really jump off, man.
Hey, Nomad Dobbs, you want to know how you like those socks, though?
Those socks ain't bad. I ain't mad at them socks.
Because the ones that Mitch is wearing now?
Throwback uniform. It's a throwback uniform.
All right.
It's a throwback uniform. You can't be mad at those socks.
But
He's talking about the socks in the striped helmet uniform.
And that or 29. Click on 29, number 29 there in the picture, bottom middle.
Hold on. I don't know. Let me see what you're talking about. Oh,
Yeah.
I hate those. I hate those socks. That's what he's talking about. I fucking hate those. I absolutely hate
so funny, man. I've never in my life.
These are the jerseys that I love. This shit right here is hard to me.
But you see, Derek Guy, he hates those jerseys.
I don't know what's wrong with Derek. That shit is hard as hell.
He prefers Louis Vuitton. You prefer Gucci.
It's like the simplicity of it, man.
And it's all Chinese.
That uniform carries solid colored socks. There's no stripes unless you're talking about around the shoulders. There's no stripes in those socks when they rock those. That's the dopest shit ever. That's the dopest shit they wear to me. I'll take that every game, bro.
Don't give a shit as long as they win.
Check. Right there with you.
All right, man. We'll get into a long ass shout out to Don Burr with your meathead ass.
What's new, pussycat? Whoa.
Hey, look, man. Let's just not hold people, man, because I was thinking about this before the show, fellas. And typically the way we do shows is we just fuck around for a little bit and talk about everything under the sun. And then the people that really came here for the Bears conversation, they probably feel like, come on, man, I got to get up in the morning. I got to go to work, dog. Come on, man, give me the goods. Give me the goods. And so what I did tonight, I decided, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong or right. Let's give them the goods first, and then we'll get into all the, freewheeling conversation a little bit later.
Foreplay afterwards. No foreplay ahead. Foreplay afterwards. And I got to say, strawberries chasing with scotch is a very delicious combination.
Oh, man. I'm clean out of scotch. I could do a little spiced rum, but we'll just...
Well, it'll be like the spice on top of the strawberry, because spiced rum is keto as a motherfucker.
Yeah, it is. All by itself.
Ron, you're not blocked. What do you mean you're blocked? Nobody blocked you here.
Huh?
Nobody blocked you here. Talking about Ron Minarski. He says in my block.
Hey, wait, there's a fashionista question real quick before we jump on. It was Jacob on the Don.
What was it?
Click on it.
I'm trying to find it.
Just up a little bit.
He was asking about the number, right?
Oh, I know why.
A Nomad, add navy pants to that blue jersey you like. So he's coordinating, because you got to coordinate the pants with the jerseys and the vertical socks with the helmet combination with the right logo and the right color cleats and shoes. You got to coordinate.
I kind of like the white contrast to the jersey, because it's a hard navy jersey with orange block letters on it. I kind of like and you know what? To be honest with you, I wouldn't be mad to see what that looks like. You want to go with an all navy uniform or something like that? That might be dope. But you have to,
like Penn State minus the white helmet.
And you kind of have to throw some orange stripes on the side of the pants or something. At least something to kind of make them jump out. That's what I think. Double stripe the pants.
Right. Okay, I'll meet you halfway, Nomad. Whoever comes up with the majority of the Oregon Ducks uniforms, those fuckers are cool.
Oh man, dude.
If we could get that kind of concept going on, maybe I'll be more, it's like, okay, let's try that uniform. I ain't buying them all them shits though. But yeah, they can wear them.
I don't know if we was talking about this live. I was talking to kids personally. I don't remember, but I was talking to somebody or y'all live. I sent a kid and I helped the kid get a a 4-year at Oregon, man, and he got there, and they got so much gear. They sponsored by Nike. They got so much different gear, variations of the uniforms. They get jumpsuits. He sent me like 2 dope ass motherfucking jogging suits, man. I mean, dope. And this was like 6-7 years ago, and they still dope now. You know what I mean? 6-7 years ago, sitting in my closet right now, man. Dope is all shit. He's just like, tell me what you want, man. Look through the catalog, man. We got a catalog. He sent me the catalog of the shit that they get personally and privately. So he's about my size. And so he was just sending me, man, it was just like, dog, don't. He's like, man, I can't do nothing with all this shit. I can get anything I want. He's like, man, you might as well get some of this. And I got some dope merch in my closet, man, from them.
I'm looking at these Ducks jerseys and stuff. I don't know. It's too packery for me.
Well, that's because of the color scheme.
That's what I'm talking about.
You gotta like green, man. I love green.
The yellow's nice. The yellow and black, that's nice.
You know, everything I see that's, shit packer green don't mean that it represents shit packer green. It's like dumpsters, because that's basically the same thing.
If it's green and yellow, I just think Packers all day, and that's what it is. Except for these like the socks and the shoes. That's some real Duck shit. I just gotta put that out there. That's a real duckiness. They thought that. They thought that thing real. They thought that thing through. I gotta admit. But you're right. They got a couple of variations on this. There's a white. There's a
share screen. Don't be a tease like that.
Oh, fine.
You know what I mean? Being a uniform tease.
That's like Crimson, man.
That's how it is. It's like that.
So Crimson. This is what I'm talking about.
Let me holler at Crimson, man. I am a green guy, man. That's my birthstone. I'm a Leo, dude. I'm a green is my color, man. I got green all through my closet, man. Really, I love green. I just don't like Green Bay. Anything but Green Bay, I got it in my closet. Anything but that.
Yeah, these are all right. Like, yeah, look at all these different variations of it, though.
That's what I'm talking about, man. The NFL and the Chicago Bears got to get with it, man.
They got a pink one. I mean, I'm going too far.
It's like, hey, kids, you might find this interesting. Trips, you might too. When I was training those kids, getting them ready to accept schools and getting them ready for college and all that kind of stuff, getting them like, just like NCAA ready. You would be surprised when I sit those guys down and ask them, okay, they got these lists of different colleges and universities they want to go to, they like for whatever reason. And you'd be surprised what each and every last one of them motherfuckers said to me when I said, what's the one thing about this school that really sticks out to you? And each and every time, Triple R, they said the uniforms. Each and every time.
Well,
it's funny you say that because I think I have a strange feeling that's why my son went to the university he went to. He probably wouldn't admit to it, but their jerseys are dope.
Well,
their uniforms are dope.
This generation, though, your kids, not your kid, but your kid's generation, they're all into the, how does it look? The visual aspects of the thing as opposed to, can I get an education there? Or, do they have coaches there that will help me go pro? It's like, yo, you see those unis? Yo, yeah. That's my joint right there.
Yes, just typical kids, but yes. Right. I mean, I was like that, actually. I was like that before I went to school. That was one of the things I was paying close attention to, and that was top of my priority. I wasn't thinking about, am I going to get a diploma or I wasn't thinking about none of that shit. I came to play football, and how was I going to look when I went out there on that field? Is it going to be?
Or I went to the recruitment weekend, and man, did you see the honeys over there?
Oh, yeah, definitely that.
Both starting to sound like my son for real now.
You thinking about the most materialistic aspect of being a college athlete, and that is, how do I look? Where the girls at? You know what I mean? That's just. I mean, if you're somebody that was thinking contrary to that, you're probably way more mature than your average teenager. You know what I mean? You're just way more mature than your average teenager, and that's not normal. The norm is a motherfucker like me. Period. I'm just trying to I'm trying to bust, and I'm trying to look good while I'm doing it. That's it. That's what I did on my visits. The first thing I was doing was, hey, let me see them uniforms. As soon as that part was over, I was out in the streets and out in the clubs trying to bust. That's it.
What the hoes looking like?
Yeah, that's it.
The chickens clucking in this yard.
I was telling my pops about it, Trips. I was telling my pops about it, and he was just laughing. He was just like, man, he said, you just a red-blooded kid, man. You just a red-blooded boy.
So want to sow your wild oats.
That's it. That's all I was doing, man. And all that, everything else came secondary. No lies about it, man. It was everything else was secondary. I ended up, getting a little bit more focused in my second semester of my freshman year. Mm-hmm. But that first semester was a blur. It was just
well, I'll tell you this though, before we move on and get to the Bears topic. Speaking of, maturing like you did in college, too bad your boy that we passed over to take Kyler Spidey Gordon over Pickens, the wide receiver who got traded.
Hold on. We're gonna get to that, man, because
is that a topic?
Yeah, it's a hot topic.
Okay, tease everybody.
We're gonna get that. We're gonna get to that after we get to the Bears stuff. Now,
I was just trying
let me tee this one up. This one is now courtesy of my guy Hayes over at Chicago Bears Central. I turned on this podcast for about a few minutes just to see where the source came from, and it's kind of, I think it was PFF, some little site that was teeing up a conversation about a trade, and it was including the Patriots and the Chargers, a trade for Cole Kmet. I wanted to see what you guys think about that.
What was the trade? What was the trade?
The parameters.
Mm-hmm.
Hey man, quit eating all them goddamn strawberries and get on the screen, man.
I mean, you just had the trade for what?
Before you be on the toilet, goddamn eating all them strawberries.
Well, that's gonna happen anyway. That's gonna happen anyway.
Fine. Here we are.
Anybody?
What are we talking about by way of trade here?
Right.
Like,
so I didn't watch enough of it to say, whatever the trade compensate the package was, but it's not like the first time I've heard it. I've heard it from different, sources. I ain't
Packers?
No.
The package. No.
Okay.
Patriots and Chargers are interested in Cole Kmet. This is just rumor.
Well, kids, maybe the Patriots and/or the Pats know how to use them, because granted, this isn't on Ben Johnson because he wasn't here, but last season there was some obvious disconnect between Caleb and Cole Kmet on the field. I mean, Cole Kmet standing there waving his arms like he's waving in a jet, landed, wide the fuck open. And Caleb is like, no, fuck you. I'm going to overthrow some dude down the field. So
why didn't we throw it into the stands?
But it's not going to you, Cole.
Nope.
I don't know what that was about. It couldn't have been the way the offense was designed, because, damn. So,
you sure, Creighton? Like, Creighton said he ain't going anywhere.
He can block. He has a different skill set than Loveland. And if Ben Johnson likes to run his 12 personnel and they need an inline blocker who can be athletic enough to make a reception, Kmet's there. He's under contract, so it's not like we have to trade him financially. The only reason to trade him would be some sort of personality conflict that's going on within the locker room. And that is more than likely Kmet and Caleb, or Kmet and Poles, because, Kmet devotes a whole lot of time to podcasting, and as opposed to just keeping his mouth shut and playing ball and wait until he retires the podcast or offseason or some shit. Maybe that could be a thing with polls.
Let me throw a little fuel on the fire. And I was just talking to kids Sunday about this, and we were talking about the DBs that they're bringing in for tryouts, and the safety transition that Dennis Allen is talking about. All that stuff is like tea leaves. They're just kind of teeing up something and making you feel like there's going to be some transition, right? Some players a couple of guys in that DB room that might be, might be getting some reps at safety. All those kind of things are being spoken to. And then you start thinking about the guys that they drafted, right? And we're talking about Cole Kmet now. You start thinking about the players that they drafted. They just drafted very high a tight end, number one. Number two is they just brought in a couple of different types of tight ends in for tryouts for this rookie minicamp. When you put all that together, and this is just me throwing fuel on the fire, speculation of Cole Kmet being considered and the phone being picked up and having conversations about, trade and all that kind of stuff. I'm not foreign to that conversation. I don't think that conversation is out there in the orbit. I think that's real. I think it's real. I don't know if it's actually happened, but I can imagine it might be. That contract, to be honest with you, could help. If you can get that contract out of here, it can actually help.
Well, let me throw a little top of this on you. One simple statement. Remember when Ben Johnson took over in the Lions, and they had T.J. Hockenson, who was like a star tight end, and Ben Johnson was like, "No, I'm good." And Ty Hockenson was out of there. That could be also what's happening here.
That's a great point, man.
I made that exact same point on Sunday, and let's be real about this. I'm a little worried.
Worried?
Mm-hmm. Why? I'm just a little bit worried. So, given who, and you just kind of layered it a little bit more, right? You just layered it up. So I'm going to name a couple of people, and then we're going to look at what the draft kind of rounded out like. So DJ Moore, Cole Kmet, Jalen Johnson / Tariq Stevenson, and Jaquan Brisker. So all those guys are basically the core of this team. Those 5 heads have potential replacements by way of this year's draft. All those guys could be replaced, given the talent that was drafted this.
Well, no. Let's see you. Yeah, let's just keep it Cole Kmet centric now.
We will. I'm just laying. It's because the only reason the only reason I went here is because you layered it, bro. You went to the DB room, and then I started thinking, oh snap, Jaquan, Tariq. It's a new regime, bro. Out with the old, in with the new.
To that point, kids, no maniacs. One thing, and I'm gonna repeat this probably a few times over during this offseason, while we're starting to tee up the real training camp and getting into training camp and all the things that come with that. I think the best thing to be as a Bears fan is open-minded right now, because there could be some movement, man. Quite frankly, you know what I mean? There could be some real movement. There could be people in that building that feel like we have pieces to attain some pieces.
Now, before you go into that point, hold your place on that. But before we get too far, what Kez just said, I like the way that he just kind of pointed out that our positions of our quote unquote stars, our highest paid players, have now depth pushing them to be, as good or better, as well as a safeguard against injury. So I can see how Poles is building out the team where we have frontline guys. Now we have quality starting, developing depth underneath them at different positions. All right, go ahead. No, man.
Well, I tell you this, and we're talking about DJ Moore and getting Luther Burden. Luther Burden is not DJ Moore. I'll tell you that right now. He's a really good.
They're close. It's close.
There is no goddamn comparison, man. Look here, man. Let the guy get in the NFL first. Let him get in the NFL first. He ain't DJ Moore, bro.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think
DJ is proven. He's tough. He's a dog. He can run deep. He can run short. He'll get open. He has good hands, and he gets pissed off when he doesn't get the ball. Whereas Burden is a rookie, has not played one goddamn down in the NFL.
I think everything you just said could be attributed to Luther Burden.
Well, I mean, yeah, but
you're getting pissed off when you don't get the ball.
Could be attributed. We know it's attributed to DJ. Right. Could be attributed to Luther. is a fair statement. Is it? No. Has he done shit? No. Can he do it? Possibly. But even on the field, his play style is different than DJ's. I mean, they're both wide receivers. They both can get open, and they're both dynamic after with the ball in their hands. But the way they do it isn't the same. Luther Burden is more of a, I'm quick, I'm open, and now I'm gonna be dynamic and shifty and woo, you can't touch me, you can't tackle me. Whereas DJ is more of a, I'll run my route nice and crisp, get open with good fundamental footwork, and then the toughness and the elusiveness makes him more of a power running back once he has the ball, whereas Burden is more of a scat lightning kind of back once he has the ball. So they both have those running back tendencies, but they're different.
Listen, let me tell you, let me clear this up because Tripp is right. They are physically similar. Let's just say that. Let me tell you something. DJ Moore is a different cat. Things went left when Caleb Williams came into the fold, and you didn't see the best that DJ Moore can bring to the table. DJ Moore is a beast. When I tell you he's a beast, you wouldn't even realize how much of a beast he is until he went to a situation that had a more, stable quarterback situation. And then you see like, God damn, we let him, like, y'all better calm down. I'm just telling y'all right now, this DJ Moore is a fucking problem when you feature him the right way. Luther Burden in his wildest dreams could try to be something like DJ Moore. As of right now, he a wannabe.
Right. But now, for those of you motherfuckers, not you kids specifically, but you can be a motherfucker too.
Most of the time, yeah, but continue on.
For those that are like, well, we got too many weapons now. We can't feed all of these mouths. Caleb can't feed all these mouths. Not enough balls to go around. Y'all can all kiss my natural black ass. Because there's no such thing as too many weapons. So
here's the answer is
you're feeding DJ on one side of the field, and they're like, well, we got to roll double coverage down on him. Now you got Luther Burden, who is slippery as fuck on this side of the field in the slot or something, and can get the ball and be dynamic in single coverage. And then you got, Loveland or Rome, single coverage. So the abilities of DJ and Luther Burden may be similar, but that's not a bad thing. Because now you got two athletic, dynamic receivers who can do things after they get the ball in their hands. How is that bad? Why is why is the redundancy, a negative?
I'm gonna give it to you though. Okay, so here's why it's a little bit negative. I hate to be the Nancy right now, but
come on, Miss Drew.
The slight negative here is if what I'm saying is what's going on, and again, I do find and Cornelius agrees with me. My immediate comp for Luther Burden was DJ Moore, if not Deebo Samuels, but I think he's got more. I think he's got hands. I don't think Deebo's got hands. That's just that's my opinion. Deebo with hands, yeah. Deebo with hands is DJ Moore. You know what I mean? Like that's my comp to Luther. But we'll leave that there. The actual negative portion here is that if you are thinking of moving away from DJ Moore, if that's the underlying, master plan, you need to get him targets so that he's worth something when you trade him. The problem with this mother effing football team, Allen Robinson, yeah, we're just going to nerf Allen Robinson for a season because we don't want to pay him. Oh, and then he falls off. We can't trade him for nothing. You can't nerf the wide receiver you might be.
That's a whole different
you have to feed that guy and get something for him. Like big for instance, and I'm trying Tripp just broached this situation. A certain team in the AFC got a pretty good take on another wide receiver this week. Pretty good take because they fed him. You can't not feed the guy or you ain't gonna get shit for him.
Well, but now you're going under the premise that there's the writing on the wall. That's like DJ may be on his way out.
I'm saying if the writing
is on that premise, If we just go to the premise that nah, we ain't trying to trade DJ, you know what I mean, and just look at it for what the roster is that a bad thing? Still,
what happened? What's going on, man? Let me tell y'all what's going on. Is they're drafting to put pressure in all points that they feel like needed pressure. The connection between DJ Moore and Caleb Williams suffered greatly this year. Kez knows that he watched every game with me. It was terrible. It was terrible. And you know what? Who knows who's to blame it? I don't know if they spend enough time together in the offseason. I don't know if they spend enough time after practice. You know, there's requirements when it comes to receiver quarterback connection, man. You know, it's just one of those things like I used to with our quarterback in college, man. I used to encourage the receivers, hey, man, I know we tired, but let's run some routes. I'm a DB, and I'd be out there running routes with them just to get extra work and encourage them. That's kind of what you need. But if the connection ain't there, you start seeing what you saw during the season last year. It was bad. It was bad. They were in two different orbit trips. I'm telling you, dude.
But here's the thing, Nomad. If you're Ryan Bowles, who is tied to Caleb Williams more so than Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson chose to come in and work with Caleb Williams, where Bowles is like, all right, this is my kid. And so now there's some kind of disconnect on the field between not only between Caleb Williams and Cole Kmet, but now Caleb Williams and DJ Moore. And it's like, well, what's the lowest common denominator in this situation? And it's like, now we got issue at what we want to be, what Poles is forecasting as the franchise quarterback, that why can't you get along with your teammates, homeboy? You know what I mean? So that's a whole conversation that we don't want to have and that we hope is not the case, because that's, you know, like real bad things for a long fucking time.
So let me layer that in, right? So let's just sprinkle like JF1 over top of that. And there, like, that might be a little bit of where the animosity is. Oh snap! You got rid of the guy. You know what I'm saying? You got rid of the guy who was working. Like, I had a connection with him, and that same story goes for both of these guys we're talking about. Both of these guys were hit. Hell, the tight end got 700 plus yards with JF1, and all of a sudden, nada. He won't even get targeted. The wide receiver was 1,500 yards, and now he's about half of that, if at all. You know what I'm saying? So like, you sprinkle a little JF1 over top. There may be some animosity there, which is why in the beginning, when those two guys got their contracts, I was a little bit trepidatious, because I was like, yo, just see how this plays out before you throw big money at these two guys. And what happened? They got their big contracts before the season started, only to find out that, you know, there isn't really a connection between these three individuals. Now we're in season 2, and you've deliberately drafted with your first 2 selections each one of these guys' potential replacements. Right. I'm just saying, I'm a little bit worried that behind the scenes, the shit that we don't see might be that these 3 dudes don't like each other. And if that's the case, we're going to see that this season.
It might not just be about personal not liking. It's like the stats that you read off with the yards that DJ got, with the yards that Kmet got. And it's like, yeah, we did that with JF.
Mm-hmm.
So now this rookie comes in, and it's like, fuck, he can't hit the broadside of a barn half the time. He won't throw me the ball when I'm wide open. So it's not like you can put it on Kmet or DJ as like they're loafing or, you know, not working hard or trying to help the rookie develop. They be open as fuck, but you don't throw them the ball. So that's why I say this is
he'll nail Keenan Allen, though. He'll nail Keenan Allen.
That was a horrible signing.
That
was a 1-year signing of some old fucker who was missing half the goddamn season, but when he was there, took so many targets away from those other guys, so that maybe some chemistry could have developed.
Let me tell you guys, and No Maniacs, brace yourselves. Because I'm gonna tell you a very unpopular truth. You can be mad at me, you can not like what I have to say, but it is the unbridled truth. Just let me explain myself, because I've seen this before. In college, nobody liked our quarterback, man. He had very little. Remember, I told you guys before on the show that he was my host when I came to that school, and he, I have been to, other places, man. I've seen how shit gets down. Man, I go in this guy's room, and this guy's got no pictures of his family around. And I'm just giving you an example of he's got nothing but the coaches coaching his family's pictures of this.
Why would you have the coach's family's picture?
Called total ass kiss. That's
Wow.
what total ass kiss. Now that was my example. I'm talking about here's what I did. I noticed that the disconnect was there between the receivers and the quarterback. They did not like dude. And I kept on telling them guys when we was away from everything, I'm like, dog, it don't fucking matter. What matters is y'all getting the goddamn connection. You can not like the motherfucker as soon as you get off the field. You gotta fuck with him.
On the field, though, different.
But you got to get the work done, man.
Yeah.
And so, what I went and told the quarterback the same thing. And I told him, I was like, dog, you the one gonna have to forge this connection. You're gonna have to do it because it's up to you to make sure the chemistry is right. You got to know how they're seeing the coverage. They got to know how you're seeing the coverage. If you, as the leader, you're the leader, make sure you forge the connections you need to make. And that's what I don't see Caleb as being. He didn't do that. He didn't do that. You have got to, as the leader, if you're going to call yourself the face of the franchise, they give you that mantle and you accept the leadership of the Chicago Bears organization, you have got to make sure that part is right. And if they don't like you when the workout is out, fuck them. Let them go about their own business. They ain't got to like you. What's important is you get the work done. You got the connection on the field so that y'all can read each other. That's Caleb's fault. Caleb's got to get that done. I know he was a rookie, so you give him a pass for that. But this year, no excuses. None.
Yeah, you
so
can't.
let me
I just want to throw in, kids, and then let you go. You can't blame Cole and DJ for being open and not getting a good pass or the ball at all.
Thank you. So, I'm not really trying to throw any shade at either the tight end or the wide receiver. I'm about to throw a little bit of shade at the quarterback because the potential for the quarterback to have hollered at the brand new head coach saying, hey, man, you know what really went down? I just don't have a connection with these two guys. I'm here for the long haul. I'm your quarterback. I just didn't connect with these guys. So, we got to do something about that. What do you want to do? I don't know.
That's the question, though, kids. If who's he saying this to? Ryan Bowles?
No.
I mean,
he may have said that to Poles as well.
He said this to Poles.
But I'm saying
Ryan Poles. But if you're Ryan Poles and or Ben Johnson or whoever the fuck, and he says, hey, I just couldn't get on the same page with Komet or DJ. And then you look at the film and then you say, but dude, DJ and Komet were wide the fuck open. Why? What page could you not get on? I mean, that's the question. If you couldn't get on the same page, what page is there to get on when they're wide open, but you don't throw them the ball? Which is different, not throwing the ball than Justin, which is kind of the same, but different.
I'm just saying maybe they don't like each other. But
if you're the quarterback of a team, you don't like you're the quarterback, you don't like one of your wide receivers, you're just gonna throw them shit passes, and you don't connect with your tight end, so you're just not gonna throw them the ball.
Dog, that is so asinine. Let me tell you something, man. Like from experience, man. It is so cliquish in a locker room. It is so cliquish. You might have 5 to 7 motherfuckers from a DB room that they strictly hang out with the DBs. You might have, quarterbacks that they only hang out together. You have offensive linemen, they only hang. It is like that, man. It's like little bitty tribes inside the locker rooms. But that's a poor excuse. If that's the reason that I don't like this guy, if that's your reason for the disconnect, then I can almost call him a name. That's some punk shit right there.
I mean, because you have teammates that you fucking hate, but you all on the same team. And if the goal is to win, guess what? Now that's your teammate that you fucking hate, but you're gonna play with them because you're trying to win together.
But maybe the goal wasn't to win.
Well, now that we get more
I hate to see, I'm being super clandestine right now, but last season, I think the goal was get Flus the F out of here. I think that was the goal.
But then once Flus was out, why didn't didn't it get better?
I think by the time Flus went out, those two relationships were already burnt. I'm just saying. I think that's how this thing behind the scenes may have gone.
Well, here's the thing: we can go around.
When you're staring down a wide open, you're staring. Here's
why we're pissed off, kids. No, stop, kids, stop, because we can keep going this way all night. But here's why we're pissed off. We're not trying to hear this about our going to his second-year quarterback, who was the number one goddamn pick. We don't want to hear that he has some kind of issues and couldn't connect or this or that and the other. We want to hear he was a rookie adjusting to the league with no coaching whatsoever. See Flus and Waldron. And then, Thomas Brown, when Caleb got some coaching, guess what? The offense was putting up 30 points a game. And then Thomas Brown went to head coach, no longer just the OC, and it fell off again because he had more responsibilities, Thomas Brown did. So it seems as though, just looking historically, if Caleb Williams can be coached up and get 30 points a game, and in those games that Brown was the OC, Komet got worked, DJ got worked, and they were all in the game plan, and everything was everything. So there was no, he didn't come to my birthday party, he tried to fuck my wife, or none of that. It was all everything, and we wanted to win games. And then it wasn't. So if that's just a coaching thing, and Ben Johnson is like, hey, look, man, I don't know what that psychology shit is, the problem is, but we're going to go do some trust exercises, some team building exercises, and we're going to figure that shit out because we get paid a lot of money to win. So let's make that happen. And that seems to be the mindset. If that's the mindset, cool. But if that bullshit is going on that you talking about, oh, shit, we're going to choke somebody.
Listen, let me finish this up because we can't end up talking about this for the next hour. Let me finish this up. And I'm just going to experience, and I'm keeping it strictly football. One time, my freshman year, we went through a 2-game losing skid, man. And it was like games we should have won, and I'm in the DB room with and it was problems in the secondary, right? But it wasn't just the secondary, but some guys had issues with technique. It was stuff that the coach was asking us to do. There's a couple of guys in the room was just like, man, dog, this is not helping me, man. You're asking me to do something. It don't feel natural. Just like somebody asking you, okay, backpedal. You remember that whole conversation about T-stepping with Deion Sanders and talking about with Asante Samuels? I don't know if you guys heard that. T-stepping basically, or being on your bike. Basically, when you backpedal and you're breaking on the ball, do you T-step? Do you put your foot out? Or do you backpedal and then drive on the ball straight up? It's a nuanced conversation for DBs. And so basically, bicycle was getting taught in the room. And it was a lot of dudes that was uncomfortable with it. It was like 3 or 4 dudes that was uncomfortable with it, but trying to stay true to the technique that the coach was teaching them. And this is our DB coach. And so it was words exchanged. It was shit going on, threats, and people, the coach was talking shit. You know what I mean? And it was almost a fight going on up in there. And so anyway, it got resolved. It got calm, and we got cool. But the head coach found out about it. And he came into the DB room the next day, got everybody together. And this is what he told us. This is his exact words. He's like, and I'm gonna use these words cautiously. He's like, if you want somebody to like your ass, get you a BITCH. That's not what we're here for. We're here to do a job. You don't have to like each other, but understand the mission. You get what I'm getting at? And so this is the point I'm trying to make with Caleb Williams, the connection with his receivers. Nobody give a fuck if you don't like them.
Right.
They don't give a fuck if they like you.
None whatsoever.
What's the task at hand, motherfucker? I don't care about none of that bullshit.
But now what Andre Bryan is saying to close up this topic, are we going to talk about Ben Johnson's offense, tight end 2 through tight end 4, had less than 200 yards on the 2024 Lions? And I'm taking that to mean Cole Kmet, is good. He's getting paid a pretty penny, but he may not be the perfect tight end too that Ben Johnson wants. He may like Loveland as one of his tight ends, but another kid fighting for a roster spot as his second tight end. And then that would make Kmet expendable, not because of a non-connection with Caleb Williams, but because he just doesn't fit Ben Johnson's offense, and he wasn't brought in under Ben Johnson. So it's like, well, you can go. You're expendable.
All right, I'm finna shift to another topic, but this is the icing on the cake. And this is Caleb Williams, this is DJ Moore, this is Cole Kmet, and anybody else that have to develop this thing and get it going. It ain't you. If you get this thing singular, you're gonna fuck this up. It's the assignment. It's the goddamn assignment. What's the assignment? Stay on code, man. Stay on code. That's the best thing I can say to that. And anybody listening to me and understands, football and, what you have to do in a team sport, you understand that you have to take me out of this. Ain't no such thing as me. It's
all
me.
right. Well, let's take it the me and we out of it, and let's look at the numbers. Like Levante's asking, what is the cap hit on Kmet? Is it prohibitive to trade him cap wise?
Not at all.
It's a cares question.
Nope. The Kmet move makes sense right now. The DJ Moore move does not make sense.
No, wait, hold on. Just Kmet. Like there's no like dead cap on Kmet, and we would actually save some cap space.
Save $5 million.
All right.
The Kmet move makes sense.
Let me take a hard turn, because I do believe, and this is just one of the lingering scenarios and conversations that's going on around the Bears universe and our Bears community, which I love. I love the conversations. I love the No Maniacs. We love the No Maniacs. Make sure you guys have listened to this content and you're not in the chat and you want to have a piece of this conversation, because you're going to want a part of what we're about to start talking about right now. So hit the subscribe button and come on in here so we can welcome you into the community physically, so we can call you out, shout your name out, hit that subscribe button and come on in here. But here's one conversation that I think ain't going nowhere, because I think there's just because we all are different people and we all see football in a different way, there's some uncomfortability going into this camp. People starting to feel like we didn't do what we needed to do as far as edge rusher goes. And I'm one of those people that I got a contrary view of those people who feel that way. It's not that I think I'm more right than anybody else. It's not that. It's just I just see things a little bit different than most people. And so what I have to say to start this conversation off, and I'm going to lead this with this guy right here. This guy right here. We just drafted this guy last year. This is Austin Booker. What I have to say, I'm going to just lead this conversation off like this. I do believe in this cat's upside. And I do believe that, the decision not to draft an edge rusher high in this draft, like everybody expected us to do, was part due to this guy right here. It's partly due to this guy right here. And I'm telling you guys right now, I don't know how you all see football. All I know is how I see it. And I trust my eyes and my instincts. And I'm telling you, this guy's going to fit into this rotation. And he's going to fit into this rotation well. He's not the only one, but I want to start with Austin Booker. And I'm telling you guys, do not underestimate what Austin Booker can bring to the table in year 2.
Okay, just because we've been going out of rotation all night, I am officially calling that I'm second on the rotation. So I'm going now.
No, flip us around, kids. Flip us around.
Oh, all right.
So Austin Booker, if you look at what he did as a rookie when he was on the field, he was relentless on the chase down until the ball carrier was down. He was pressuring the quarterback, whereas the ball just gets out and he's there. So his speed and his strength will quicken over the course of the off summer, because we saw him working out with the with Sweat, Big Dex, and I believe Grady Jarrett at some camp for linemen in Florida. So he's working, he's getting better. He was never out of place on the field. There were times where the run went right at him and they double teamed him and he got washed up, but that's going to happen to almost anybody. So his development under not only Dennis Allen, but what's the Jarrett and that D-line coach, he's going to have him more aggressive as Booker is already firing off the ball. He's very fast. He holds up against the run when not double team, and he gets after the quarterback. So yeah, his second year, I would think he would take a jump, which lessens the need for going out and looking for this year's the fuck's his name, the African dude that everybody wants to sign as DN for Yannick Ngakoue. We don't need to go out and find this year's version of that at DN to bring in and spend money on, because we're gonna rely on the development of the guys that we saw the promise in last season to continue.
But we did, and his name is Dio Odengbo.
Right, yeah, free agent, but he's not a 1 year signing. Like, well, we need to bring in this free agent, for 1 year to push these guys. Whereas Dio's, signed to 3-4 year contract. He's on the team.
So I'm definitely on the contrary on this one. So I don't know. I'm really glad though. I'm really glad you put this guy front face and center, because I'm hoping that he is the X factor and is exactly what Nomad said he is, right? Like, that's my hope right now. I hope that this kid explodes onto the scene. I don't know what the snap count split is going to look like, but what I saw from Austin Booker last year was a tried, true, and tested speed rusher. He has a bunch of tools in his bag that he can utilize, and he got a fair amount of experience out of last season. The things that worry me again is Dio, actually, with him in front potentially of that rotation from Austin Booker. I expect him to get a little bit less reps.
Well, hold on, kids. Hold on. Now, kids, you look at the template that the Philadelphia Eagles defensive line put in, and that made them successful. That means you got your front four, and then you got your NASCAR second four.
Yeah.
Wouldn't Booker be a starting right DN on your NASCAR package?
Absolutely. So, like, if that's, if you're nailing it too. If that's the case, I'm kind of happy. I just want to know who's the other guy in the NASCAR, because it ain't gonna be Montez. I don't know who it is.
TBD.
TBD. The other upside for me here is the fact that the center of this line now, those interior guys have been upgraded right down to depth, right? Those front five defensive tackles are pretty dangerous, right? Like, I have to say that. Heck, maybe even six. So I think we're going to get, and this is what I was saying earlier on, I feel like we're going to get a lot more pressure from the center, and that's going to flush out. And if they are able to flush the quarterback outward, I think Austin Booker eats this season, right? I don't know how much Deo Odengbo will eat this season. I still feel like they're going to start, like, maybe even that NASCAR package is a situation where they have Deo at 3-tech.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I don't know. He's interchangeable, and I'll say the same thing for Shamar. Maybe they put Shamar on the outside, and he's your Montez Sweat replacement in that NASCAR. I just need to kind of see it, but I have a feeling it just might work. Could the Bears have selected another beast on the edge? I'm gonna have to say yeah, but I think this setup just might work.
Kids, let me explain to you all, in the No Maniacs and everybody that follows and supports what we do. And I'm going to answer Andre Bryant's question while doing it. There's a reason why people when they find the Nomad Network, they stay. They stick. they know that the football conversation gets deep, and it goes there. We'll take you there. We will take you exactly where you want to go in that football conversation.
We'll take you there.
That's right. That is exactly right. Andre Bryant,
We'll take you there.
the question Andre Bryant asked, he says the question will be, does Dennis Allen play Booker? Question mark. Dennis Allen considers 280 his minimum weight for the position. I don't know if 280 is all. I don't know if that's all the way right, but I know where you're getting at, Andre.
He's like 270, 275. Like I'm with him.
How much does Booker weigh?
Let me take you where you
nowhere near that.
Let me take you all where you want to go. And I'm going to do this by asking kids a question. And kids, you won't have any choice but to tell the truth. Austin Booker plays somewhere around in the 250 neighborhood, somewhere in that neighborhood, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you saw that guy playing, would you say that this guy plays much stronger than 250 or much less stronger?
He plays stronger than 250, but go ahead, Kaz.
No, he doesn't really have a strength deficiency, right? Like I have to at the weight he's carrying right now. He's very similar to my kid. My kid's exactly like 6'4", 250, exact same general build. He's got a little bit more speed, but more importantly, them tools allow him to sort of manipulate the guy in front of him.
Well, do you think he plays stronger than his size?
He does. He does play stronger than 250. He does.
And also now that he's coming into his second year professional, eating that good food, by chefs and shit, he's keto as some bitch. And hitting that weight room, he might be coming in at 270,
I don't
265.
Where I'm going is, and just I'm glad you guys filled in the blanks. And no maniacs, you guys can tell me too. Do you think he plays stronger than? And somebody just mentioned he's somewhere in the 240 range.
He's not. Austin, that's Andre Bryant. He's not wrong. Like I think he came in at 245. He may have put on a little bit of weight during the season. I would say he plays between 245 and 250, but not much more or less than that.
So 255, 260 would be like his max and growth over a year.
I'd say he might be able to put on 15 if he really tried. The question is, does that affect his speed?
So here's what I have to say about that. Is when you evaluate some of these players, and there's several players coming out in this draft that I saw that were undersized, and I was just like, this is when you have to throw measurables the fuck out the window. When you're looking at this talent, you have to sometimes look at, whatever PFF is saying is this and this rate is that and all that. Man, wipe my ass with that stuff, man. Look at the tape and you can see with your physical eyes how strong a football player is. This football player, Austin Booker, is much stronger than, I don't care what he's listed at, 240, 250, whatever he's listed at, he plays much stronger than what he's listed as. And so somebody inside Hallis Hall, when recruiting this cat and looking at this guy as a possibility for the Chicago Bears roster, somebody said there was this conversation happening inside that building. I guarantee you that. And what you have to come away with is his upside, the strength. His play strength is outstanding. Outstanding.
That brings up where is it? I saw in the chat there was comparison to your Von Millers and your Khalil Macks. Who said that in the chat?
Yeah, somebody. I remember
saying it and talking about Mac, that they're smaller edges, but they held up against the run when necessary.
Wow.
So they weren't your first, second down. 12 personnel just take on your run kind of edges. They were your second, third down. If they run, I can hold up, but when they pass, I'm going to get after it. And if Booker can be that kind of light in the ass, kind of get after it to the quarterback kind of guy, that's kind of the same skill set as like your Hassan Reddick, ain't it?
It's closer.
Look at what Andre Bryant is saying. 260. This is Khalil Mack throwing guys 320 pounds, just throwing.
Yeah,
It's not your measurables. It's how strong you are during the play. Like, can you force your will upon another human being?
Right, like Do It All is saying Max Crosby was the Booker comparison, and he forces his will on the offensive line all the time.
Yeah, so strangely, I'm not really gonna make either one of those comparisons. The Max Crosby comparison is the motor, like it's not the strength. Khalil Mack's a freak, y'all. When it comes to like he was just shot putting human beings, like he was. I'm not gonna say Austin Booker gonna do that. If he does do that this season, we'll see it. I didn't see a lot of that. Did he play stronger than a typical 240 lineman? Yes, I would compare him more to, Micah Parsons.
Play more like 270 to me, kids.
Really? I can't say that. What I saw and what I really liked about this kid was his bag of tricks more than anything else. He has mastered the long arm stab in a way that I haven't seen any other player utilize it. He's got crazy long arms.
It's not a trick.
He can use, huh?
That's not a bag of tricks. That's just power.
It is, but it is and it isn't, because you can utilize that just to manipulate a human being, right? And that's what I'm saying. It's not just power that he's using. You can use that to push and pull and swim, right? So like that's what jumped out on tape when I'm watching this kid. He will push, pull, and swim around whoever's in front of him and get pressure. The problem is nobody else was getting pressure.
Scott, this is the last kid, unless you got something to speak on, Trips.
Meaning that one-on-one, you're gonna put odds that Booker's gonna beat that the majority of the time.
I think so. Right? Yeah. Like I'm gonna be completely real about that. I saw him. There are times when he lines up wide and he gets you with an inside swim and he's coming in, but there's no pressure from the interior except for him. And there's times when he'll do the opposite and he'll be lined right up,
right,
and he'll do another stab and just bowl a guy over. So you see the power sometimes. Another time the stab and he'll pull the guy. Right? Like he's got a very interesting, like when I'm looking at on the other side, Dom Rob, and I'm seeing no tricks at all.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? Booker has a bag compared to Dom Rob.
Booker's got a bag. He came prepared. He knows what he's doing. And I see like that comes off on film immediately.
Well, theoretically, not the competition, but the players that we have in competition on this defensive line will require Booker to face single coverage, no double teams, because of Sweat, Jarrett, Dio, depending on where he's lined up, if he's in that package, Big Dex. They're going to need double teams for those guys. So we saw what the defensive line was theoretically attempting to do under Flus, to where it's like, all right, how many guys will require double team to free up other guys? And it just didn't turn out under there. But now we're looking at the depth on this D line, and it's like, you're going to need two guys to block this some bitch. You're going to need two guys to block that some bitch. You're going to need two guys to block that some bitch. Oh, shit. You know what I mean? So it's like Booker is like, all right, you get one-on-one or maybe a tight end one-on-one. So if he doesn't eat against that, then there's issues.
All right. Let me finish this conversation, because we need to flow a little bit. Listen. There's like when I watched Austin Booker play, even when I was in college, here's what I think is going on here. And the fan base gets so excited about the draft. And they have last year's residuals still lingering on them, and they forget like I don't know how to tell people that it's levels to this game. You know what I mean? We just got a football player from the University of Kansas that we were really high on, And for whatever reason, your average person gets off and not so high on a football player, that doesn't relate to me. I know what he has to do. And I know this. Austin Booker, his drive, his resiliency, that motor, and that intensity that he plays football with. Let me tell you guys something. I know we're a year removed from that draft when we got him, when everybody was so goddamn excited about him. Did you fucking forget that? This dude is going to be a force. That's what I'm here to tell you. He's going to be a force. You, as a football fan, have to understand that it's levels to it and it takes time, and development has to happen. And he's just getting used to the NFL game. But I definitely saw what I needed to see last year. And he's just going to compound that by getting stronger and getting even more urgent and getting faster off the ball, like Dennis Allen will require him to do. It's not that he's going to need 2 and 3 tricks in his bag. No, you just get off that ball and give that offensive lineman all the hell you can stand.
Well, what is Do It All saying? Players need time to develop after being drafted. He was very young when drafted. He was 21 years old. And the player that Nomad referenced from Kansas, the defensive end that played the opposite side from Austin Booker, Jeremy Robinson. So, go back and look at that Kansas defensive line and how their edges got after it that season. And you can, see what we got going defensive end wise here.
So I'm glad you went to Do It All 36. Shout out to you, brother. I'm glad you went to his comment. There's a couple more comments I'm going to highlight here because they all kind of say similar things, except for damn FFG. So we'll start with FFG. Damn you, FFG. I'm just messing with you. But FFG is saying Booker's gonna have to prove himself in this scheme this year. I believe he's going to. Next, I've got Derek Guy. Derek Guy is saying Grady Jarrett got Booker under his wing. Trust me. I feel like he just might. Back to Andre Bryant. Booker should have 10 sacks. He will see many one-on-ones. And these are things that I'm really thinking about by way of Austin Booker. The threat on this defense is all to the left of him. If he's lining up on that right side, he's kind of all alone, and he's fast as all hell. So we did touch on Do It All. Booker will shine against mobile quarterbacks. You're damn straight, especially if the rest of that line is flushing them out and he's setting the edge on the other side, right? So this is what I'm interested in. This kid could really shine this season.
Indeed.
All right, you guys ready for the next guy?
Let's go.
Let's do it. And there is this guy. Now I know.
I like him.
Now I know that Let me smack down all the people. Oh, he's just a special teamer.
Yeah, and kiss mine.
You know what? Let me tell you guys something. They got this guy, and I think they found, in my opinion, and I saw it this year. Kids saw it this year. We watched it whenever. And here's the problem. Daniel Hardy hardly ever cracked the rotation unless someone got hurt. He just didn't get opportunity. And so people will see this guy as a special teams guy, and that's all he's worth. No. And that's just your average football fan that's watching football. No. And he just, I don't blame them people for
no. I blame him seriously. I mean, and look at, he was a UDFA, had to fight to make his place on the squad just off GP. Had to fight to see some reps on defense. On special teams, dude was a menace. Getting down the field, being in on a tackle, breaking up plays. He was, FGB, the one who got, wasn't it Green Bay that he blocked the extra point or field goal on? It was somebody that he blocked because he's so long and he's like a, great bait with them long ass arms. And then on defense, when he was able to get on the field, he was a menace to the right offensive tackles, because he was usually on the left side, that he went up against. And then he could line up in the center at defensive tackle because of his size. And his motor is nonstop. He's going to play until the whistle. he can get a little rambunctious. He got a couple penalties. You know what I'm saying? He had to contain it, but he's learning. The guy is a physical freak. He looks like a football player who is developing, and he is somebody who I think people aren't giving a chance, like Nomad was referring to, because he had to, quote unquote, come up the hard way, as opposed to being, drafted in the first, second, or third round at defensive end. So coming from, was it Montana State or whatever small school he came from, he's developing and working his way to make, himself, at least a quality starter here in the NFL for the Bears.
I'm gonna have to be rude here, kids, and I don't mean nothing by this, but sophisticated thoughts, you motherfucker, you bringing it. And shout out to my language, man. This is just me when we do extra sauce. I mean this with all respect. Great comment. He says Daniel Hardy reminds me a lot of that rookie Mike Green from Marshall that just got drafted. Great choice, Nomad. Listen,
Mike Lowry.
Mike Green,
the one that had the cases on the red flag.
I'm just
listen. All I gotta listen. Sophisticated thoughts is dead ass right. Everything that you like about Mike Green from Marshall, everything, and I mean everything. Anything that you saw about Mike Green, his explosion off the ball, his moves, his ability. He had several for a college player. He had some pretty gifted pass strategy, man. For a college player, that's rare. You know what I mean? For a guy to have 3-4 different ways that he can get to the quarterback and how urgent he is off the ball. Daniel Hardy has those exact same traits. When I say exact, they're a carbon copy of each other. I think Daniel Hardy might be a little bit bigger than him, but they might be somewhere around the same size. And so for all the people that's out here talking about how the Bears didn't do all they needed to do in the pass rush department, we needed a speed edge rusher. Do not forget, we have Daniel Hardy. If you like Mike Green, all Daniel Hardy needed, kids will say he will say the exact same thing. All God needed was opportunity. He just didn't get enough of it.
Take a chance on me.
Wish I could argue with that last piece, man. I can't argue with that last piece, right? So when he got, there were certain players last season who were hungry, right? There was a few of them, not a lot, but there was a few of them. And Daniel Hardy's definitely one of them hungry cats who unfortunately just didn't crack the roster, as Triple R was saying, unless somebody was hurt, right? When he's cracking the roster, it's on special teams, and you see him putting bodies down, and that's good to see, right? That it's good to see him burying people and heat-seeking tackles. That's what you want to see from an edge rusher. But the few times you really got to see him out there was, again, when Montez went down for a little bit. He came out and he showed out because, like, at first it was Dominique Robinson who came out. And Dominique Robinson had maybe 4 snaps. And in each one of those 4 snaps got stood up and went nowhere. And this man came out behind Dom Rob and started to show that he can play this edge position. I'm not sure how well he will set the edge. Like, I'll put that out. But if we're talking about pass rush case scenario, beating a man and getting to a quarterback, heat-seeking that tackle, I've got faith in Daniel Hardy for sure, right? Like, I'll definitely put that out there into the ether, man, because I think he kind of earned the ability to get out there and do it at a bit of a higher level this time around. And I expect that they're going to keep him again, when we dwindle down to the 53 as opposed to the 90. And I think he may be utilized in this rotation again much more frequently, potentially as that other side of the NASCAR package we were just talking about.
And, just to close out from my standpoint, from what I saw at the end of last season, I'm taking Hardy over Dom Rob.
Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck yeah.
Oh, all day. And that's like exactly what he showed that last year, right? There was a fair amount of there was a fair amount of snaps where he shouldn't even be on the field. Dom Rob's ahead of him in the rotation and ahead of him on the depth chart, got out there and just showed he just wasn't able to either power or speed around a tackle. He wasn't able to do it in many scenarios. So they had to go to the next guy in the rotation and say, man, nothing's happening with this guy. Let's get Daniel out there and see if he's got what it takes. And I saw it out there. I saw him get some pressure. He got into the backfield and did a little bit of damage. I'm going to say much more so, unfortunately, than Dominique Robinson.
Kids, I'm gonna end this conversation like this, and I only hope that the Bears see this football player the way I see him. And to me, the only thing left for Daniel Hardy in this given situation are given opportunities. I think that is it. That's the only thing he's missing. And I think they captured lightning in a bottle with this kid. It's just about will you give him the opportunity that he's earned? In my opinion,
that's it. What's Flex comment? Read that, Nomad.
Hardy made plays when he got the tick, when he got the time. Period.
He did.
Thank you for that, Flex. That's absolutely the truth.
He did. Now, I'm going to put the caveat out there because that's what I do.
Don't start being Nancy now.
Relax. Jeez Louise, bro. Right. Relax.
You'll kill a good time, man. You know that.
That's me. I'm a realist to the death. And the fact is, this is not this. I'm not taking any shots at Daniel Hardy at all. I'm just saying the Daniel Hardy killer last year was the depth chart, right? Like that's what we're all saying. I'm just gonna say that Shamar might prove that he's a monster on the edge too. And that's all I really have to say.
Well, the difference is very subtle. Because remember, Daniel Hardy is coming in as edge. And how much does he weigh? Maniacs. How much does Daniel Hardy weigh?
Somewhere in the 240, 248 range.
So he's a little like that. So he has that motor.
Dog. He's got a dog in him. Yeah.
And so you got that coming from one side. You got Booker come from the other side. And whatever the interior NASCAR package is, is that Big Dex and Jared, or is that Big Dex and Dio, or is that Turner and Big Dex, or you know what I mean? They're so interchangeable. But having Hardy coming off that edge and his relentless play is a positive on this offense because he's a handful to handle in single pass pro.
So there's your NASCAR, man. If he's 240, I didn't really realize he was that light in the ass, for lack of a better thing to say, but that he don't play like he's light in the ass. So,
right. You know what I'm saying? He's powerful in his play strength, man.
Yeah.
And urgent. When he gets off the ball, it's a suddenness to him, man. That is unfucking mistakable. Daniel Hardy is like, when I start thinking about this, we're coming down off the high of the draft, right? Now we're into mini camp and some of these UDFAs and tryout guys with all the shorts that I've been putting out, trying to paint the picture of what these coaches probably are thinking. And I feel confident when I say the Nomad Network gets it right when it comes to this kind of stuff. This draft kind of solidified that for me, and I feel like we're giving some really, really accurate what the Bears might be planning information in these shorts and in these conversations that we do on the shows. And what I could tell you is I like the plethora of pass rushers, the power. We're bringing a guy in, and I put a short out today. His name is Cole Nelson. He's from Virginia Tech. He's probably the second best pass rusher on that team. The best pass rusher on that team was Antoine Powell-Riley. But the second guy, Cole Nelson, is pretty much what you're looking at in Daniel Hardy. Exact same guy. Gets off the ball, ferocious off the ball. I don't know that his play strength is as good as Daniel Hardy. And so what they're doing is bringing in people that will challenge the lowest guy in that room. So if they see something in Cole Nelson that is they think is better than what Daniel Hardy brings to the table, which I don't think he does, then Daniel Hardy in training camp, they'll sign him for training camp, Cole Nelson. And then Daniel Hardy will have competition for his speed pass rusher role. And so I think he is when you talk about a speed pass rusher, I think he's the guy on the roster that brings that to the table. Can you put a guy on the practice squad that can bring that same variation to the defense? I think that's what they're trying to figure out here. That's a nuance. That's just what I see.
So I'm gonna say a couple of quick things before we move on. I know we're likely moving off of this. I don't think anybody can touch this kid with respect to his roster spot because of his special teams value. It's second to none. There's a few players on special teams who shine like this guy. I think two of them were upgraded this season. Him being one, the other one being Amon Agbagbamiga. I think both of those guys got pushed up. The real thing I'm trying to say here outside of that is I just took a quick peek at a couple of players 40 times. And one of these players was Daniel Hardy. The other one was Austin Booker. And the other one was Shamar Turner. They're within seconds of each other. Milliseconds of each other.
You know what?
This is a very interesting, I'm just saying, this is a very interesting little NASCAR package you can put together with those three guys in rotation. I'm interested.
You know what, Cash, pay more attention to when you're looking at those guys. Look at so Dennis Allen made a statement that I think should ring bells to the Bears fans. And, you get so wrapped up in all these podcasters and they're talking about this. They're talking all over the place, talking about all kinds of different shit. Let me tell you something to pay close attention to. Dennis Allen speaking these words. He said, it's not so much about this is basically Ryan Poles translating what Dennis Allen told him. He's talking about, we were talking about 3 technique and all this kind of stuff last year and what Flus likes. And the rebuttal to that, bringing Dennis Allen in here, was we ain't even worried about technique. We're just talking about getting off the ball and giving that guy in front of you an absolute problem. So right about now, we're talking about burst. We're talking about straight up suddenness, straight up urgency off the ball, get on top, get on his ass. And that's the focus right now. We basically, what Dennis Allen is bringing to the table fits Daniel Hardy to a T. Get off the ball and make yourself be a problem to the guy in front of you. That offensive lineman, get on his ass. Make him struggle. And if every guy along that defensive line does the same thing urgently, we got ourselves a situation here. And it's going to be hard to run your offense when you got guys like that coming off the ball that way.
And then throw in the Dennis Allen concepts of who's coming after the quarterback, which 4. Because guess what? The whole defense is up on the line, looks like a zero blitz, but not everybody's rushing. Guys are going to fall back. Who are we going to block on the front 4? And we got to make that decision fast because they're all fast as fuck. So, if we're a little lackadaisical in getting to our man, our quarterback is under the immediate duress. That seems to be what they're building, and we're here for it.
Do it all 36 one more time. Shout out to you, bro. You like this. This is something that
don't do that yet. You talking about the safeties?
No, I'm talking about this. Montez Sweat is a lot faster than anybody really gives him credit for. And I think he was playing injured for the better part of last season. We just saw a little bit less of it than we did the season before. Hopefully he's back in good standing now. And we do see a little bit of that pass rush that he's more famous for. Again, I don't think we really saw much of it last season, except for maybe the first couple of games. Outside of that, he just seemed to be it seemed like he lost a step, but I think he was hurt.
He had an injury. Yeah.
So again, put that together with these three other cats that we just sort of highlighted a little bit: Daniel Hardy, Austin Booker, Shamar Turner. And I think we might have a really interesting situation on those edges, right? It's funny to me that Dayo Odango is sort of the odd man out for me. I'm just not familiar with his game. I haven't watched enough of his tape. I'm gonna have to sort of see it on the field as we go this season. But those other three guys, I'm interested in. I think they can do the job.
All right, let me shift gears, man, and you guys will understand this as I get into it. So instead of me asking you guys a question about, slot receiver to me has been a serious issue in this offseason. Obviously, what did the Bears do, Trips and Kids? One of the things that they did in free agency was sign two slot receivers, two veteran slot receivers. We say three?
Well, I might even say four.
Okay, help me out.
Snap.
Just give me some names.
Zacchaeus.
Olamide Zaccheaus. Devin Duvernay.
We just drafted a guy who they are going to be playing in the slot.
Burden.
Right? Okay, what I'm talking about in free agency is what I.
There's one more. There's Samori Toure as well.
We got him towards the end of last year. That was Ryan Poles special.
All right. So, I think you can play that slot receiver.
So obviously, somewhere in Hallis Hall, they felt like a deficiency at slot receiver. So Ryan Poles got ahead of it, and smartly, by getting Samori Toure before the end of the season. And I was just like, this helps us backfill the situation so we have options going into the offseason. Okay. Dennis Allen gets here. And one of the first few things that he does in the offseason was ask for some slot receiver help. Mark that. Here's the second thing. If you listen to Dennis Allen and you understand his philosophy, you got to understand what it means to shift motion. So when you see the slot receiver going from one side to the next, when the quarterback signals him to go left or right in motion, right? He's causing the defense he's disrupting the defense. That's what it is. And what you do is you use that as a weapon. And so you design your offensive structure around what the slot receiver does, right? I'm just giving you guys what I see on film and what I hear the man saying. And so what does he do? He comes in here and signs two slot receivers. Drafts a player that is a slot receiver, right? Luther Burden, right? And so what is a slot receiver? What do you guys, you know what? Let me just mention it. This is what I see as the better slot receivers in the world. Number one, they're smart, and we can circle each point. Smart, they're tough. They need a sharp route tree. Remember that, a very sharp route tree. Stems and releases. So when you get off the line of scrimmage, you need to be able to have a great release, and you have to give that defensive back a problem. When you stem your route, when you stop your route, and you're getting into your break, that needs to be crystal clean and sharp too. That's important. Ability to get quick separation. That's another quality every good slot receiver has. Smart at sight adjustments. What do I mean by that? Sight adjustments are when you get to the line of scrimmage and the quarterback is counting on you to see the defense the way he sees the defense. What are we in cover 3? We in cover 4. We in cover 1. We in cover 0. Immediately, when you look to that quarterback and he looks at you, you need to be able to communicate with your eyes or your whatever sign language y'all got going on and be able to recognize whatever sight adjustments you need to make. And so that sounded very football-y, but this very basic when it comes to football. Very, very basic. And what I'm saying all that to say this. Tyler Scott was drafted to be a football player to bring that to the table. I can tell you from the film that I've watched, what I've seen in college and what I've seen with Tyler Scott coming to the NFL, he has less than 40% of everything I just said. That's a problem.
Mm.
That's a problem. And that's why all the necessary work is being done to make sure we backfill this slot receiver position. It was a total weakness. We have people playing out of position. Like DJ's not really a slot receiver. He plays it if you ask him to, but he's not that.
You know, and now that makes me wonder, is, you know, Tyler Scott a slot receiver? Obviously, that answer is no. With his speed, you know, you'd like to think that he'd be able to take advantage of, you know, being in the slot. But, you know, we haven't seen it. He's like an over-the-top guy, beat you deep, put him on an outside. But another characteristic I would attribute to a good slot receiver would be the willingness to go across the middle. You know, no alligator arms being associated with their game. And you have that, you can be successful. DJ can do that, but that's not his specialty. So putting Burden, who is a DJ type physically, in the slot, who is a better slot receiver, allowing DJ to stay on the outside and cook, is not a mirror player, in my opinion. So Burden in the slot is better than DJ in the slot because Burden's more of a slot receiver, whereas Nomad pointed out that DJ, yes, he can do it, but that's not his forte. Not Matt forte, that's not his specialty, meaning. So yeah, I mean, the slot position was definitely was a concern because last year was, you know, Grandpa Keenan Allen running it for half the season. You know, now we got somebody young that can develop at that position who is talented as fuck.
Let me throw something at you, Trips, because this shout out to Do It All Sharp as fuck on this statement. He says Amon-Ra was the foundation of Ben's offense in Detroit. Ben runs a lot of, here's the key words, the last two words are the key words, condensed formations. And so when you're running trips or you're running whatever you're running 5 wide or whatever receivers and quarterbacks and offensive coordinators, they think the more open it gets, the more dynamic your offense is. The point Do It All 36 is making, the condensed formation. So what he's doing is tightening up the bunch stacks. So we got 3 wide receivers to one side, they're in a bunch, they're on top of each other. They're going to keep it as close to the line of scrimmage as possible to pull off what they're trying to pull off. And that's probably a run most of the time. And so you got each one of those guys in that bunch stack and that receiver on the other side. So you got 3 by 1. And so you got 3 receivers piled up on one side in a tight-ass formation. So they're damn near lined up right on top where the tight end would be. Bunch stack, condensed formation, 1 receiver to the other side by himself. And that confuses a defense. It's very confusing. And you get your run plays off better that way because you got a tight stack. Now you can get guys off the ball and kind of get your run game off. And so that's a very nuanced conversation. A statement that Do It All 36 just made. And you gotta to see that you have to go to the tape to understand what that means.
Man, there's some good comments. Do It All 36. One more shout out to you, man. You're killing it in the chat tonight. That's really where I was headed with all of this, but since Nomad stole it out from underneath me, I'll leave him with that. I think Ben Johnson lives out of the slot, or at least he traditionally has over the last few years with Amon-Ra St. Brown. A lot of motion out of the slot as well, which will throw the other team off a little bit. So I will say other things. You're right, Nomad. Like DJ could be in the slot. I'm gonna say Rome could also play in the slot too. Like I think he has that capability. But at this point, I think they're gonna dedicate somebody in there. But the question is, right now, which one of these 3 receivers do they really dedicate as that slot guy? I think OZ has the pole position. And the reason I say that, like he's kind of dangerous out of the slot. I think you probably could compare him to an Amon-Ra St. Brown by way of skill set, not necessarily by way of, utilization or stats. but skill set, I think they're pretty similar. My guy will block, right? Like he will, and he's pretty nasty when it comes to separation. But so is Luther. I don't know about Luther's penchant for blocking, but Luther sort of has the other portions of this position on lock too. So I think it's going to be a bit of a battle between those three guys, and who winds up as that mainstay slot receiver. Like, yeah, Illy, like I'm with you, because what the motion is gonna do is it's going to make Loveland. It's going to make Loveland wide open.
Mismatches.
He's a mismatch, and now you got to travel to follow wherever that slot is going. And our guy Loveland is going to exploit the F out of it. And I kind of can't wait to see that, right? Like that's how this thing works. And that's why, somebody mentioned it, I think it was Andre Bryant. Somebody was saying last season, Ben Johnson really didn't get a lot out of his tight end group. And you also have to recognize that, and if Don Burke's still floating around, he'll concur. Oh, there he is. Speak of the devil. Your tight end was hurt for a big chunk last year, right? So that definitely attributed to the lower stats with respect to the tight end. So, with these guys potentially being healthy and starting the season off, knock on wood, because I know our guy Loveland is a little bit shaky on the shoulder. If he's out there, I think we can really take advantage of defenses.
And let's see, there's a comment there, Derek Guy. I disagree, Trip. You have never seen Burton run slot in the NFL. Moore is an underrated gorilla who can beat 100 people, who can play every position. See what I did there?
I do. Yeah.
I can be trendy too. I know what's going on with that kid.
He ain't lying, no Trips. He is not lying.
But here's the thing. I get it. He's a rookie. We've never seen it, but that is his skill set. So if he can carry on his skill set from college to the pros, that's what he'll be good at. I admit we haven't seen him do it. We don't know he can do it, but if he can do it the way he has done it, we should be good.
Let him respond to it. Just let him respond to it. You're gonna like where I'm going. Trust me, that's his response to Derek Guy. That's his opinion versus Derek Guy. Trust me, where I'm taking you, you're gonna have fun. All right. So watch this, man. So, all right, we're gonna call this. Let me ask you guys a question, and I'm gonna do you a favor, kids, and make you think a little bit. We're gonna take Nate Davis out of this conversation. We're gonna go here. Is there a player? We're gonna call this. You think the Bears have gotten robbed over these several years with different guys that they've given nice contracts to? Just give me a yay or nay. Yay or nay.
Oh, for sure.
What do you think, Trips?
Yeah, I mean they're
just yay or nay, man.
That deals that didn't turn out. Yeah, that were bad deals.
We're gonna call this one. Who hit the Bears over the head with a bag of nickels and robbed us in the last year without Nate Davis? I'll just start it off. I can think of a guy right now. And I think his last name is McClellan.
Shay?
Didn't he get money out of us
recently?
No, he was drafted.
I'm talking about in overtime, man. You guys know.
Shay, he was drafted overdrafted, as many were thought.
So
but his agency, he went to Patriots and ended up winning the ring out there. I don't think he got re-signed as a free agent.
Bad example. Y'all guys would know that more than me. I'll be into the football. Fuck the money. Help me out. Who's gotten over on the Bears outside of Nate Davis, who's most recent?
Oh, you mean free agent?
Who they overpaid?
What are you doing here, bro? And so, there's a couple of folks that might have been overpaid, and I will start with a certain middle linebacker who shall remain nameless. I'll leave that. See, I'm not going to say, what do you want me to do here?
Yeah, Tremaine Edmonds, he's making a pretty penny.
Somebody got paid way more money than they deserve.
So there's him. There's maybe potentially Ryan Bates, maybe on the offensive line. Maybe he made a little bit more than he gave back to
Well,
the
no,
team.
Bates was more of a trade capital guy.
I agree, and Ryan Poles dictated the terms of that deal that the Bills matched, right? So that getting him eventually was at the same number, so it's okay. But did he live up to that payday? I don't know. I can't necessarily say that he did.
What about old boy that came from Minnesota, the edge rusher? Cowboy looking motherfucker with the long hair, white dude.
From Minnesota, edge rusher?
Yes. What's his name? Come on, chat, help me out. He got paid a lot.
Jared Allen?
No, what's his name? He came from
Jared
Minnesota.
Allen.
Number was 6. Jared Allen.
Bro, he's been gone for like 5
Yeah, I
years.
didn't even remember how much he got paid.
That's what I'm getting at. Who hit the Bears over the head with a bag of nickels?
So
I mean, he was beyond his prime, and he probably got a nice deal. But that was so long ago. It's like,
that's what I'm talking about.
Last year's money, you ain't get that.
Are you trying to go back?
Yes, sir.
There's a laundry list of human beings that I would also.
Who robbed us, kids? Who robbed us? Who hit us in the head, over the head, from the back? Who would have bagged?
Jared Allen was decent.
Who's the left tackle? Who's the left tackle? Who was blindside before? The Walrus.
Leno.
Leno definitely ate a butt. He ran off like the Hamburger. Oh, there's a Hamburger. He definitely ran off like the Hamburglar.
No, but he got paid in Washington, not here.
No, he got paid here.
We just got one
in Washington.
Dobbs just helped y'all out. What do y'all think about Orlando Pace?
Okay, all right. There's another name that made a bunch of cash off of us too.
He said we in George Michael's sports way bet machine.
That's what we do. Robbo. Who got robbed? Who got robbed? Robbo.
There's a long list of humanity that has done this.
Right, like Derek Guy's saying he hates this question because even the best GMs miss on players. That's part of the bullshit. But even good GMs miss on players. But we've had bad GMs. So, of course, they're going to miss on players that they draft and free agent signings.
Oh, so my guy Illy Jones says Jay Cutler, and he ain't wrong. I was gonna say you're gonna hate the one I'm gonna throw out there now. You're gonna hate this one, but Khalil Mack.
Well, he was a trade though.
No,
yeah, but he got he was traded in and signed to $100 million contract on in 3 days.
Oh yeah, trade.
Put it down year 1. Yeah,
that was definitely over
years. I don't know.
He was good, but he wasn't that good.
I don't know if he was like 30 million strong. Them remaining couple of years. I was just gonna put it out to Eddie Goldman.
Yeah, but we drafted him.
Robert Quinn is an exception to this rule. Robert Quinn got paid, and my boy put up 12 plus sacks. He just every 2 years is just what it is.
Right.
Every 2 years, Robert Quinn is a god.
All I know is somebody
figure out what Tyler Scott is. That's who we get in the Quinn trade, basically.
Mm-hmm.
All I know is if somebody sneak up on you with a bag of nickels, you through. You at their mercy. That's it.
I don't know, but I mean, looking at this administration under Ryan Poles, Nate Davis, okay, his mama passed, and he just said fuck it to football. You can't forecast that. And then trade wise, Claypool.
I was just gonna say the Pittsburgh Steelers. Let's not give it to Claypool. Let's just say the Pittsburgh Steelers organization.
Right.
Yeah, they're holding a back.
But other than that, he's been pretty frugal. I mean, he's made deals, but now you look at Jalen Johnson's deal, you look at Cole Kmet's deal, you look at even Edmonds' deal, and it's like, well, for the position grouping, that's not horrible.
Oh, I got 2 more. So Dobbsy says Nick Foles. I'm gonna say no to the Nick Foles because he came through and put it on the table a couple of times. So I'm gonna say he earned his money.
Yeah, I think he did.
The two redheads didn't. So starting with Mike Glennon and then moving on to Andy Dalton. Those guys definitely ran off with a bag and didn't really do anything while they were here.
Well,
Neither
shit,
one
how
of them.
much did Corky Stewart get paid when he came in from Pittsburgh to be our quarterback late in his career?
Corky Stewart?
Cordell Stewart.
Oh, sorry. I don't think he was I don't think it was a robbery for Cordell. He came in on a decent deal because he was up and down in Pittsburgh, right? He really was. So it was like a decent deal.
But like the McCaskies, their big thing is Dick said they like to throw around nickels like manhole covers.
Oh,
So this overpaid is kind of like weird because we may have overpaid players, but not really like overplayed them.
Illy, you come on, cuz
Muhammad
was not overpaid.
No, yeah, he was.
No, he wasn't, man. We underperformed.
Okay.
But he was also on he was beyond his prime for what he got paid.
That dude was a dog, man.
He's a dog.
Not on the Bears.
But we get those guys in the back end of their career, like their last contract.
It's because he said those words, Chicago is where receivers go to die.
Well,
that was the truth at the time. The fucking truth. And the God's honest truth.
But damn.
All right, let's do this, man. Let's do this. We're gonna get out of this conversation.
Yeah, you should never put this.
Right.
I got a better conversation for you guys. All right, we going into the deep end. Triple R, I love you, man. Smooches, but be careful. All right. So Justin Tucker released from the Ravens. If you want to pull up the statement, it's less than nothing to me. But if you want to, go right ahead.
Do it all was saying, we complaining, but like Kirk Cousins was overpaid like some bitch down there in Atlanta.
Yeah, I know, man. We just talking about the Bears for this conversation, man. Right. So a lot of teams got hit over the head with a bag of nickels. You ain't bullshitting, bro. No bullshit, now. There's a lot of teams, but now we're talking about Justin Tucker.
Justin Tucker, as Eddie Jones said, he's going to prison.
That dude right there, I'm telling you guys right there, minus this situation that he's got going on, is the absolute best field goal kicker I have ever seen in my life.
Well, that's kind of irrelevant now.
Well, I'm just saying, we're gonna have the whole ass conversation.
What is the non-football situation?
All that touching going on, man. All that.
There is supposedly 16 different masseuses or physical therapists or physical massage therapists. A profession where they got to touch his body, where he's like, "Yo, soak those happy endings up, bitch." Basically, and now the NFL is like, "Well, we wouldn't care nothing about it," but the 16 different ladies was like, "Hey, police, this dude, did some illegal shit." And so now the NFL is like, "Ooh, yeah, that's not a good look." So Baltimore Ravens was like, "Yeah, you go ahead and handle your personal situation there, Mr. Tucker. We're going to go ahead and move on with this other kicker." And the NFL is like, "Yeah, Mr. Tucker, we're aware of the allegations and you need to go ahead and handle your shit. But for now, you go ahead and handle that shit and don't worry about us."
I had to do it. I'm sorry.
So Justin Tucker is talking about go ahead and churn my butter, please.
This motherfucker's fired, man. This motherfucker right here.
It's like I want that cream to rise to the top.
Snap. I'm sorry. I saw it. I had to share it with the world.
Talk about your extra sauce.
Get the fuck out of here, man. God damn.
That was great. Whoever thought that up is a genius. I'm just gonna put that up there. Wow. That was pretty funny. So I didn't know that Justin Tucker was the white Deshaun Watson. Sorry. You know what I mean? I didn't realize that because I was like, if they cut him, my boy,
y'all understand?
My boy nailed 75 yarders all the time. Like, I'm sorry, Cairo. But
y'all understand I can't bring up dicey shit around these two motherfuckers, man. I can't have these conversations around these two motherfuckers because they take it there, man.
Hey, you open Pandora's box. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the words right there.
What are we supposed to do?
I mean, his allegations are, he wanted some sexual gratification from these women who weren't his sexual partners. I mean, sure. I mean, who doesn't? But I mean, we don't act on that because guess what? It's illegal.
I'm just saying. So, Cairo Santos can't nail a 75-yard field goal.
No, he can't.
But he doesn't touch masseuses. So I think
want masseuses to touch him inappropriately for a tip.
See, I think there is an upside to the whole Cairo Santos thing now that I rethink about it.
All right, let's hurry up and get the fuck on out of here, man. All right, let's talk about the big news of today, and that is the George Pickens trade to the Dallas Cowboys from the Pittsburgh Steelers for a 3rd round pick. And I know kids is gonna say, "Oh my God, we got Chase Claypool for a second." Just getting on out of y'all, man. What do y'all think about the situation? Now, this is to the Bears fans that were a couple of years ago, and this is to you all. Touche. Motherfuckers was talking all that bullshit about we could have had George Pickens. We could have had George Pickens. Look, if Mike Tomlin, who is known as basically the fixer of anybody that comes out in the draft league, bring him into our organization, put him into our culture, we'll get him right. 2 years in, this motherfucker's putting the eject button. Get his ass out of here. All those George Pickens people, what do you think?
Okay. So do I go or do you want to go, Trip?
We'll just for the OCD people, I'll keep going.
All right.
There was the people that were like, we should have drafted George Pickens instead of Kyler Gordon. And what was it, Greg Gabriel over there on the Barroom Network was like, hey, Pickens is basically an asshole. You don't want him. And it's like, oh, he's to be a professional. He'll mature. The league will keep him in line, blah, blah, blah. And now we look at Gordon get his extension, and Pickens went to Dallas for him and a 6th, and Dallas sent back to Pittsburgh a 3rd and a 5th. So it wasn't like it was a 3rd round pick for Pickens. There was some other capital attached to it and stuff. So his value dropped tremendously, not because of his physical on the field talent, but because of his attitude, mindset, and mentality. You know what I'm saying? That cost him several $1 million when it's going to come to re-signing a new contract. Pittsburgh has that history of taking those, prima donna wide receivers. And they couldn't work with him. And, we took one of their problem children, and now Dallas has one of their problem children. So there's problem children around the league, and just thankfully, we ain't got to deal with them, as far as I can tell.
Before you go, kids, I know people that are very, very tight and close with the Pittsburgh Steelers situation. In fact, I probably know more people tighter to that situation than I know Bears. And I know a few people tight with the Bears, man. I do. And I'm telling you, I know people that are very, very close to that situation. And when I say this, I don't say it lightly. And it's hard for me to even utter these words, but there are people inside that building, per things that I've heard. Motherfuckers don't like George Pickens. And I'm talking about the players. It's bad enough that the coaches don't. There's coaches on that team that don't like that cat. That's bad. But when the players, the guys in the locker room don't like your ass, you in trouble around there. And I don't care how talented you are. I don't care how talented you are. George Pickens became a cancer inside of the Pittsburgh Steelers locker room. And, it's people that would tell you talent-wise, and I agree with this, that George Pickens is worth at least minimum a 2. And they didn't get anything but a 3 out of it and a 6 or 7 round swap later on next year's draft. And they were trying to get his ass out of there, period.
All right. So, things to say. First off, I definitely was one of them guys who was saying like I wanted George Pickens on this team because he's a dog. He's also a jerk. And I do tend to, sometimes support the jerks out there. I do, because every team needs one. And sometimes you get a little fire out of that jerk. Sometimes. Other times, he destroys the entire locker room. It really depends on who we're talking about. My beef was not with the Kyler Gordon selection. It was much more in question of A, Velus Jones, B, Jaquan Brisker selection. That's where I was, right? And the Jaquan is close in proximity. They had 2 twos that year. It's close in proximity to the George Pickens selection. So I'll put it there. I love the Kyler Gordon selection, and it's paid off dividends. Now, I'm just going to caution the world. Clearly, if Mike Tomlin says, screw this guy, steer effing clear, y'all. Like, stay away from that situation. It is not good. There's a laundry list of wide receiver humanity that is just fallen off a cliff the minute they leave Pittsburgh.
Wait, what did you say? Chase Claypool, Antonio Brown,
Martavis Bryant,
Dante Stallworth.
Bro, it's a very long list, and each
Deontay Johnson most recently.
Bro,
Deontay Johnson.
The list is extremely long. I would not be putting top end draft capital into these guys post facto. And when I say post facto, I mean once Mike Tomlin, because again, look at what he went through with Antonio Brown. Like, I guarantee you there's a litany of stories that just have not come out of that locker room about that situation standalone, given what we've seen from Antonio Brown outside of that situation, right? Like, he must have been bouncing off the walls over there. Again, Martavis Bryant was just smoking joints on a regular basis. It did not work well moving forward for him. Again, smoke him if you got him, but you know what I mean? At the end of the day, it might cost you your roster spot down the road. I think the only one who came out of there's one wide receiver who came out of this situation and it worked well, and I'm blanking out on the name.
Hines Ward?
No, Hines Ward retired in the situation. Man, like, he was on that team, Super Bowl winning wide receiver, like a badass wide receiver who actually left and kept it up. Chat, help me, bro. Like, I'm sure you'll figure it out. There's only one. Every other wide receiver that's been in that system, the minute Mike Tomlin cuts bait, it ain't a good scene. So I don't expect it to be sunshine and roses over there. We got Matt Eberflus in Dallas. If anybody had walked over to Matt Eberflus and said, hey, like, we're about to get George Pickens, what do you think? I guarantee Matt Eberflus would be like, bro, we skipped him in the draft, and and we then got his homeboy to come over once Mike was done with him, and it basically got me fired.
Well, and I remember Flus is only defense over there, so he got no say on offense in Dallas.
Well,
and you got Santonio Holmes or Antoine Randall?
Neither.
All right, well, just to mention,
Santonio Holmes actually had a decent run after. He had a decent run.
Let me ask you guys a question. Since we're talking about George Pickens, this is a great segue into what I want to talk about, and I'm talking about football in particular, but I'm talking about society overall in general. And there are people, and we're gonna just talk about football players for this moment right now. Just to start up conversation, Trip. Listen, there are people in this football league that will do this. They will either hit you with their pads or they'll hit you with their purse. What do you consider George Pickens? Will he hit you with his pads or will he hit you with his purse? Which one?
On the field, he was, he's a baller. I mean, his toughness, I'm not questioning. It's just his attitude and personality. So, I mean, he has pads, but mentally he's carrying a purse. I don't know how to conflate those two.
Shout out to everybody in the chat. Y'all let us know. Is George Pickens the type of dude that'll hit you with his pads like Jack Lambert would, or be like Grandma Gray and smack you with a purse? Which one is he? Which kind of player is he? This is just to show you guys where this football game is going, these personalities, the social media atmosphere. It's getting away from football and it's turned into more of a personality-driven league. And I don't like this shit, man. I don't, man. I need some people that'll hit you with their pads. Fuck the purse.
I think he'll hit you with his pads. I think he'll also kick you in the nuts. That's that. I'm not sure where the purses come in, and I don't think he's making any money just now. So I think he's like I was just looking at a couple of George Pickens clips, and in college he full on fist fought a dude on the field. Like he's chippy, but to the level that it's about me, F you, I in team me situation. So I don't see purses. I see I see bad personality.
I'm gonna strip all the bullshit off of this. I'm gonna tell you what it is. He's young, immature, physically, spiritually, and emotionally. And that makes you a B ass. You're an itch ass. Basically.
Liability.
Yeah, and he's operating in the frequency of a woman. And he'll smack you with a purse. He a chump ass right now. He is. And I hate to say it, and I love George Pickens. But right now, in the space that he is in his mind and his spirit, he's a chump ass right now. Straight chump.
Yeah, that's why he's on a different team. And, not on the team that drafted him, working out that contract extension. You know what I mean? So his paper is in the balance. You got Mike Wallace or Emmanuel Sanders, kids. One of those guys.
All right, I got another name for you.
Yeah, it's you want to say that it's a sad state of affairs, but there are a lot of I told you so's, that are old enough to remember when he was, available to be drafted by this GM regime and front office regime. And so it's like, Pittsburgh, oh well, too bad, so sad. You know what I mean?
I got another player for you all. We're getting very close to a conversation along the lines of Pittsburgh Steelers, that they're getting ready to they're trying to set the situation up, and I'll have a little bit more to say about this later. But Aaron Rodgers, will he hit you with his pads or will he hit you with his purse?
Oh, come on. He's got that fringe, bedangled, bejaded, bedazzled shit on his little denim purse, with all the fancy colors and shit, holding all his illegal narcotics.
So what he hitting you with?
Definitely a purse, because that's what he's about. He's about taking his purse away from whatever team he's playing for. Whether he gives them anything or not is a different story. So, he definitely gave the Packers everything he had. Moving forward, he's just about the purse.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Aaron has been about the purse for a long time now.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay, let me give you.
The player I was talking about before is Emmanuel Sanders. Continue.
Hey. Why'd you bring that up, man?
Sorry, I'm just saying that is the one Pittsburgh Steeler that actually left the team and had a decent showing. Aaron Rodgers hit you with his pipe. Damn.
Nah, he ain't got no pipe. He definitely got a purse. Definitely got a purse.
Yeah, he got a pipe in the purse.
He hitting a rock. Oh, damn.
All right.
Oh, snap.
Controversial, but I'm about to say it. Caleb Williams, would he hit you with his pads or would he hit you with his purse?
Well,
Don't start fronting now, goddamn it. Now don't start flaking up now.
well, I mean, you can't question, let's say, his toughness by the way he, took, was it 68 sacks, and kept coming with it and didn't go down. So he's tough there. But some of his plays very bedazzled, sequin, clutch type, and that's like a purse for like dressy occasions, I think.
I don't want to answer this one. I don't.
Jump ass. I'll say it because of what Trips just said. It. If you take that many sacks and you can still get up and play some football, the tendency for me is want to say, man, you know what? You and your teammates and you not getting it done, man, you a bitch ass. But I can't say that. He was tough. He was tough, so he hitting with pads.
Yeah. Look, you said pads?
I'm saying that for now, but you better show up, motherfucker. I ain't playing.
You put this up.
You put this up
here. I don't.
He putting on fingernail polish, man. I wanted to say purse like a motherfucker.
I don't know, man. I'm glad you went. I'm glad you went the other way. Because right now, he's getting paid a lot of money. There's a lot of money in that purse. And I did see a whole lot of sacks last year, and he fought his way through it. So I'm like, I don't want to answer this question. I really don't want to answer.
Man, stop being a punk ass answer this question, man.
Next, I'm gonna say purse, man. I hate to say it.
Oh, we just get that out of kids, true.
You got it out of me. Bro.
I mean, this is what we've got to work with. It doesn't mean that it will continue to be a purse. It could be turned into.
Here's the real
real
reason why I'm
saying. Does this match my outfit given fierce kind of thing?
I'm not going down that road. I'm just saying if some of the stuff we were talking about earlier is legit purse, right? If it's I don't like you, I'd rather throw the ball into the stands. Purse.
I'm gonna throw y'all an alley-oop. Pads or purse? Steve, R.I.P. Mongo McMichael. Pads or purse?
Come on now. The only purse that Mongo had was a purse that he would carry his big ass nuts in when he would do his WWF wrestling and put that inside of his Speedo. That was the only purse, unless he bought one for his wife. I see you, Misty. But other than that, Mongo is all pads all the time.
Mongo eat pads
all the time.
Pads all day long.
All pads.
No question.
All right,
he could be Hollywood and be in front of the cameras, but when what was he doing? He was chugging beers. He was talking shit. He would be on his sports, network programming. Where the football players, come in and talk to the anchors. He would be on there, Mark Giangreco. You saw the highlights where he was cutting his tie, talking all kind of shit, eating pizza, slamming beers. It's like, yeah, whatever. And it's like, yeah, Mongo, that's what we're talking about. You are our spirit animal. That's why we love you as Bear fans, because you are all about the pads.
Man, I took the Bears into the WCW and didn't give a damn what anybody else would say about it. Body slam your ass.
All right, I'm gonna take it to another dimension, and I don't want you to be so reactionary that you think your very last memory. So just challenge yourself to think about this a little bit before you respond. I'm gonna name a name, and you tell me, will he hit you with his pads or will he hit you with his purse? Eddie Jackson.
Bojack? Oh, that was definitely a purse.
Oh hell no. Oh no, y'all didn't do it. Y'all didn't do it.
About hitting?
He wasn't
about no parts.
Not always like that, bro.
You're right. Like Nomad, you're both right. So there was a time when he would hit you with the pads, and then he stopped and bought a real big purse. I think that's how you got to sort of look at it. He got some money to put in the purse, and he bought an extra large one. But there was a minute there. There was a couple of seasons where Eddie Jackson was all pads, And then,
Oh yeah, but then he would hurt his shoulder and be out. So I mean, it was like, yeah, he would bring the pads, but he didn't have the pads to bring. He was like, yeah, bringing that, yeah, coming up on run support, yeah, fuck all that. Anybody can make a tackle. I'm out here trying to play free safety and get the picks. That was his statement because he was too much of a purse carrier to keep bringing the wood and run support.
Y'all tripping. But I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna leave that out there. Eddie Jackson, I love you, bro. I know what it is. Once you get to a certain age in your career and you start to feel the pressures that you put on your body, and it's just like, hey, dog, this business decision right here.
Right, these pads is getting heavy and hurtful.
God damn, dog. Like when you play at Alabama, motherfucker, you out there cracking, you getting it cracking out there. You getting it cracking out there. Now you draft a guy like that came from Alabama, which is one of the cautions that I would, any GM that I was able to get in the room with, I'd be like, okay, you're getting a great football player coming from Alabama, coming from Georgia, LSU, and all these different places. Understand the tendencies that they have these guys playing with. Basically, you're wearing all the wear off the tire before they get to the NFL. And so they only have 3 or 4 years in them, if that.
That was kind of my argument against Genty. Yeah, I mean, as a running back.
Well, my argument was more of, he does have a lot of wear on him.
A lot of mileage, baby, a lot of mileage.
Yeah. All right, let me give you guys another one, man. This is interesting, and this is now Cole Kmet, pads or purse. Kids, before you answer that, remember the blocking that you just got through looking at this year.
You mean lack thereof?
Yeah. Pads or purse, what is Cole Kmet?
Watch out.
Oh man. Much like Eddie Jackson, there were some pads there for a couple of seasons, but all purse in the year 2024. Like he pursed it right up to chgo, got some goods to put in the purse, and it's been purse ever since.
Right, he got the matching boa, nice pumps. Those are like the hills, I think. Pumps, yeah. Because we see him on the field, and we see him, attempting to block, being successful sometimes. We see him in the pass game, catching the ball and being open. And, generally as a fan base, we were not upset with him being extended contract-wise. We look at the amount of the contract, and it's not expensive. It's comparable to what he does in the league. So the possibility of him being a pad guy is there, but he's got a lot of purse tendencies.
Oh man,
he jumped out.
We're you know what though? Like we're being a little. Oh man, like we're being a little bit mean here. Like I gotta stick up for Cole just a little bit. Yeah, he whiffed on a bunch of blocks last year. He also wasn't necessarily the guy who was being asked to block anywhere near as frequently in his previous 3 seasons. Last year, he's asked to block all the time. That's because the O-line was hurt. So he was doing a little bit of different stuff. And man, just the sheer amount of how frequently I saw that guy open last year, I got to give him a little bit of a pads pass, bro. Just a little bit. He got open. Problem is sometimes he dropped the ball too,
There's that.
I'm gonna say this, man. I think he's somewhere in between pads and purse. I think he's swinging. Yeah. I think he's swinging both ways.
Yeah,
nothing is going on. That's what I think is going on. I think Cole Kmet is absolutely, and you guys can, Maniacs, you guys can let me know whether I'm right or wrong. But I think, what is he, 4 or 5 years into Chicago? I think he's absolutely tired of this shit. I think he's tired of the change. I think he's tired of the not meeting expectations and everybody, the build up just to be let down and being the person that everybody kind of pushes out there and be like, I'm tired of saying all the right shit all the time. I'm finna say the right shit in the wrong way. We fucked up and we need to change some shit. And I think that's what Cole got to. This is why I think Cole Kmet is probably, in my opinion, Cole Kmet will never reach his potential here in Chicago, ever. And I think he's one of the people that I think you ought to absolutely consider giving a new start somewhere. I think he's earned the respect of everybody around him. I think he just gotten to a boiling point, and it's just like, dog, I'm sick of this shit. We build this shit up every year, and we get excited about the changes. We've had all these different coaches come through here, all these different coordinators, all these quarterbacks, different shit that's going on, and we get excited for the same shit every year just to be let down. And he's tired of it. And I saw that in his post-season comments. Let that guy go on about his business. He might turn out to be a really good tight end, which he is. He's a really good tight end. He wouldn't have got that money if he did it. He's a really good tight end. Let that man go on and have a career somewhere. We'll be fine without that tight end. We will. You know, he'll turn up somewhere, but it's time for him to get on somewhere. That's my opinion. I would say he'll hit you with his pass, but he turns a straight chump ass purse later.
Well, and that brings up the question now that Ryan Poles has increased the talent on the team. And you say, well, you should never get rid of good players. But if the player can progress and be better with a change of scenery, you know, that's the thing. Different coaching staff, different scheme, or, you know, just away from personalities, whatever the case may be. You know, he's a good player, but he's not a great player. He's okay, but he's not really special at any one thing. He's just kind of all around decent. And so it's like, yeah, all around decent you want to keep, but if he can be upgraded, which I think he can, you don't not trade him because it's like, well, he's okay, so we just got to keep him because we want to keep okay. You take the risk, you find somebody to replace him, you let him move on.
People have gotten so used to Cole Kmet, and they just don't realize he's a basic tight end. It's what he is.
Yeah. And I mean, he's cool, but he's not like he can't be upgraded.
Again, my only real beef with this is it's got less to do with the player or his talent level, or even the fact that he was sort of just not targeted last season. It just has to do with what are the Bears going to get out of this situation? What are you going to get if you're letting him go? And if you're looking at like a 4th round pick, I think you kind of lost out. Just saying. I think you can actually get something out of definitely. I'll just keep it a buck with Cole Kmet. I think you can get something out of Cole Kmet. I think you can get at least a 3rd rounder. That's my thoughts. But you have to utilize them. You have to build them up. And if you want him off the team, you get him off the team and you trade him for some capital. This is the problem with the Bears. They don't develop to trade.
I think the tit is dry, kids. I think that tit is dry. Really, I think Ben Johnson knows that. Fast forward to getting a tight end in your very first pick. The tit is dry, man. That tit is dry.
That's terrible.
Unfortunately, we got a really, really good football player that was, I think people, just because he's a Chicago Bear, think he's just a tight end, man.
I know.
Tight end.
I know. Yeah. I think he's a decent tight end. I think he has some level of upside, and if that upside is available for another team, they'd love to have him. We talked about a couple of those teams today. My thoughts there is you build these guys up and you let them loose if that's what you have to do. Like, just look at what we were just talking about a guy a minute ago. Let's look at what Tomlin has done time and time again. Brings these guys in, they're a bunch of jerks. They do well. He puts them in positions to succeed, and he gets capital. Got capital from us. He's got capital from the Cowboys just now. Does it time and time again. Why can't we do that? Why do we always have to, bottom out on these potential trades? Get rid of Justin for a 6th rounder.
Well, now look at the we got rid of Justin for a 6th rounder.
I'm just saying.
We should have been more, but they didn't even retain him there. So it's like,
That's fine.
But looking at Cole Kmet, he was inherited by Foles. So it's like he is good enough to have earned his contract, but not good enough to have been, overpaid or like one of the top paid guys. So being under contract, he is a tradable asset, just looking from the business aspect of it, as we touched on earlier. He's not a cap hit if he's traded, and he saves $5 million for somebody who may not be a piece that Ben Johnson is excited to be using, in his offense. So if he doesn't fit and you have other issues, you trade him for what you can get. And we haven't been in a position as the Bears to trade or develop players to be traded because, under Ryan Poles' tenure thus far, we've been tearing shit down. And so now as we're building up, we're have the depth chart where it's hard for guys to make it, as opposed to the last few years where you got your Dante Pettis as one of our top wide receivers, and this is going on in all the different rooms. So we're getting to that point where we can develop and trade players for future capital. And as like the 49ers and the Eagles are doing, that we get comp picks because our drafted players are going other places in free agency. So that's a building process, and I think we're going to get there, whereas Kmet could be, one of those first dominoes to fall along that line of flipping your current good players for other draft capital.
Man, there's some really good comments in the chat. I'll highlight what. So we'll start with Do It All. One more time, Do It All. Cole Kmet has escaped criticism, bad blocking, having penalties in critical times in games. Like,
true.
Man, there was a couple of egregious Cole Kmet penalties this past season. I have to highlight, and thank you for doing so. Do It All 36. Dropped a few passes at the wrong time, most definitely.
True.
The scrolls, yeah. Don't think Ben Johnson can properly implement his system and simultaneously raise Kmet's stock. Right after Richard Long was saying, let the hotshot coach build him up and trade high. I have to sort of concede to the scrolls here. I think it's more important for Ben Johnson to implement his system and do what he needs to do than build up Cole Kmet if Cole Kmet cannot be built. Right? It's tough. Flex Diggs is saying he's not a huge Kmet fan, but they also didn't throw to him a ton, which is really what I've been saying. So, us being hard on the guy is what it is. He also doesn't really excel after the catch. He ain't that big dog. He a little dog, according to In the Grasp. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah, like he's not a yak monster. He's just not a yak monster. So I also have to say that too. In that receiver core, he's still a threat to be wide open. He's at least competent, right, Richard? Like I'm with you there. I really hope they can do something with Cole again to raise his stock to get something out of it if they plan to cut bait down the road. Again, like we'll just look at Detroit for a second. It wasn't like Hawkinson shit the bed before they let him go. When they cut him loose, they got a decent return. And they got it from a division rival. You know what I mean? Like they built the guy up and made their transition to a completely separate tight end and got some decent capital out of the way. I hope the Bears can do the same thing if the plan is to move off of Cole Kmet.
Let me. I'm going to abruptly interrupt this motherfucker because you know what? We just gave the Chicago Bears fans, every no maniac, super no maniac, and everybody 2.5 straight hours of Chicago Bears centric content. And I'm about to bust this U-turn, goddammit, because it's time. Because you know what? This is some extra sauce, and we fuck around here. And all you guys that love the Chicago Bears content, and you can't stand there anything but Chicago Bears content, get the fuck out. It's time to go. Because we about to have a whole another conversation about this.
And the Diddy trial about this week.
The Diddy trial is underway.
Oh,
Okay.
and some details are starting to come out.
Oh,
Details are starting to come out. Now, this is some funny shit right here. Diddy, an entertainer, entrepreneur, conglomerate, brand. I mean,
don't stop, won't stop.
he is, and the details are out there in the court documents. This motherfucker is giving venereal diseases to fucking strippers, male prostitutes. He's giving them diseases.
Oh, so did he burn it like that and pass it on to the professional sex workers?
Easy now, Trip. Now we gonna keep it cool now.
Well, that's what you just said.
Come on now.
You open this, like, this is definitely Pandora's box. You know what I'm saying? Like, this, if Pandora had a box, it's got the name Diddy inscribed on the front of it.
And if Diddy was in Pandora's box, she burning now too. You know, I mean, how do you talk about this kind of subject matter and not get kind of on the fringes, because this whole subject matter is the fringes. I mean, his Diddy is being the whole bisexuality thing. Okay, fine, do your thing, do you. But if you know,
you still can't find no baby oil at the Walmart.
If you know you have an STD or STI, as they say nowadays, and you're still out there unprotected, you know, passing around these infections or diseases, you are just a very piece of shit individual who does not care about anybody in humanity other than yourself.
And when I say venereal diseases, Trips, I'm not stopping at the H word. I'm extending this to the A word.
Yeah, all that shit. You know what I mean? Because, you know, it's a very slippery slope, you know, baby oil, no pun intended.
Oh, you saying he got A?
You know what I mean? Who says he don't? I mean, if you get any of them, you can add that. And especially like you running up backdooring people like that, that's where it's proliferating.
This is no prophylactics act.
Hey, I mean, you raw dogging up in the dog house. You know what I mean? So I mean, whatever quote unquote shit that you don't want that they get, you get all over your junk, and now you sharing your junk with other people. You do not care about the safety of other people. You do not care that you are the cause of whether it be long-term suffering and or death. I mean, so that just goes into the character bucket of who, you know, Diddy is and how he is a menace.
You know what? We need to take a timeout because ain't no syrup slander allowed in this MF. I'm just trying to say.
Especially not maple.
No syrup slander. Man, wow. So I've only heard about one dude really doing stuff like that, and that's Charlie Sheen. I heard he did stuff like that.
Right.
But with respect to Charlie Sheen, he made sure people were in the know and well compensated, and he was protected, and they were protected.
This is way more bogus.
Yeah. That's why he's in court talking about this shit.
Damn.
Well, that's what, you know, and now they just bringing this out, and they just started the trial. You know what I mean? It's like they haven't even gotten into the trial yet, and this is the stuff that's coming out about how he is just a horrible human being.
Hey kids, it's so bad. It's so bad. This is going on. They got old Smokey Robinson in this shit.
Oh, not Smokey.
They got. Hey, baby, let's cruise.
You know, Smokey was just trying to be relevant. You know, hanging out with.
What are you talking about? Smokey's involved? Don't say it, bro.
Dog, this is fucked up, dude.
Smokey was a freak off guest.
Tears of a clown.
Smokey like 200-300 years old, man.
You know what I mean? But you know, he been in the game for a minute. You know that Smokey did not live
forever.
You know, Smokey did knock down his share of movies.
They got Smokey in it.
They be up there throwing panties on him on the stage. He ain't never catch another panties. That's what y'all trying to tell me, Smokey ain't never catch another panties.
I'm just now understanding the Scrolls' comment from like it's got to be an hour ago.
At least an hour ago.
At least an hour ago. I'm cluing in now.
Smokey was getting
He
his
said
freak on
Smokey
before he
didn't
was
do
even
it,
there.
and I'm like, Smokey who? And I'm thinking Friday. You
We're
know what I mean?
grooving together.
Tears of a Clown, bro.
Let's go
Wow.
away from here.
Smokey. So what's up with Smokey now? How does Smokey
Smokey
get
was like, Diddy,
Tears of a
here's
Clown?
how we turn out these groupies. Here's how you do this shit.
Damn.
You know what I mean? You know, Smokey's like, I'm old school. You know what I mean?
Hey, man. Hey, man, all I know is
He
this.
kind of does look like George Bush Sr. A little bit. It's some blue eyes though, man. It's some eyes. Or is it Junior? It's Junior.
Baby, let's cruise.
On Junior. And the ears are right there too, bro.
Man,
Damn.
my grandma loves this motherfucker.
Wants
Man.
to
She loves this cat, man. My grandma loves Smokey Robinson. And to hear, I mean, I had to hear that shit all my young ass life, Smokey Robinson. And now, I don't even know exactly what he's caught up in.
so Nomad grew up talking about hearing people say I'm the life of the party 'cause I tell a joke or two. Although I might be laughing loud and hearty, deep inside I'm blue.
I don't know what the fuck Trip talking about.
So take a good look at my face.
Oh.
My smile looks out of place.
The
If
track
you
of
my
tears me to trace the tracks of my tears.
Triple R, putting it down.
Come on, man. Who you fucking with?
Look now, so here's what we're truly saying here. So what we're saying potentially is that Diddy caught the A and just lost all
gave it to everybody.
No, he just lost all love for humanity. Right?
If he ever had.
Like when you get the A, I don't know how Magic Johnson's doing it. Somehow Magic Johnson got the A and turned into like
Mr. Philanthropist business.
You know what I mean?
No, kids. Let me tell you something. This motherfucker went to the dark side.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying on the flippity, Magic Johnson got it and was like, "Yo, I'm gonna buy property and like give money to people and build up basketball teams." Like he went in a whole different direction.
Yeah,
this guy was just turned into straight prime evil.
I won Super Bowl trophies, Magic in every sport. You know what I mean? And they got good teams in those sports. Smokey was like, let me hang out with this young fella Diddy. He got it going on.
Wow. That's crazy, bro.
This is some extra sauce, man. And what happens on this show, this is real shit going on. And we're talking about people. Now, I'm about to get
like in the grasp is straightening. He's straightening me out. He's saying it's the H, not the H.
Yeah. All the same.
We'll call it the H.
We got the Hibs, not the H.
After contact, you're gonna need medicine from there on.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
It's a wrap. He says. Okay. All right. Thanks in the grasp.
No sympathy, no compassion. You know, he got none of that shit.
I got done in. I'm gonna do people in.
I'm gonna do everybody in I can and be happy about it. And that's the level. That's prime evil, man. That's a level.
I mean, now we wonder why Justin Bieber needed therapy.
Oh,
you know, because it went out to Diddy.
White Ghost, how you got empathy?
I got empathy.
He said for them, for like his victims.
Yeah, man.
Okay, all right.
You know, not empathy for Diddy.
Yeah, not empathy for the people that he affected. Infected. And just went around, just was like, you know what, I'm fucked, and I'm about to do it to y'all because this is what it is. And you know what? In fact, I'm gonna take it to another level. And you guys that want to be a part of this industry, I'm gonna show you what it's gonna take to get in here, and I'm gonna get you, motherfuckers.
Right. You know, that's what Richard Long's comment there. Cat Williams and Dave Chappelle escaped from the whirlpool in the toilet. Because now, just imagine being entertainer or an athlete or an actor or an actress being invited to a Diddy party, before knowing, all the shit we know now.
Oh man, Trips, he's the literal definition of the turd in the punch bowl.
Yeah. And so it's like, but you out there trying to live a lifestyle, and a good word from him, and because at his parties, you got Cuba Gooding Jr. there, Oscar Award winner, maybe he can hook you with some acting spots, but you got to let him do stuff to you first.
Okay.
And so all the people that were at his parties were like basically your A-listers in all those different industries. And so not knowing the backdoor stuff that's being done with the baby oil and the video cameras and the sex workers, you think it's like, hey, party time. This is what we do as actors, as musicians. We live that rock star lifestyle. And if that means, hitting up some groupies or some sex workers, that's what it is. But then he took it to a whole different, darker, submariner, lower level that, ended up in illegal activity. And now he wants to be a victim after he made how many hundreds and or thousands of people his victims.
So here's a timeout, and I gotta give a shout out to Big Lewis, because Big Lewis is desperately trying to change. He's trying to change.
Don't put it up because we're trying to change the subject.
It's just funny. It's just
we're
funny.
Not doing that. We're not doing
that. Big Lewis is like, yo, let's.
We did that for 2.5 hours. We finna move.
It's fair. It's all right. Let's go back to this. So here's the White Ghost. I see what you're saying there. I don't have empathy for Diddy at all. But here's the little bit that I do have. I'll put out there. And in situations like this, it's highly doubtful that he was the inventor of all this. It's probably I need a better.
Do all the tea in China when you got it going on and you out there just.
Well, no, he wasn't the inventor, because he trying
to clean it up like he
was granted his.
No. I'm taking it easy.
Weinstein.
I'm not saying there's no way to clean up what we're talking about here.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? There is no cleaning this up. There's
no excusing this motherfucker either.
No, I'm saying
what was the dude's name that gave him his Clive Davis?
You know exactly where I'm going. There's levels to stuff like this, and like me understanding it now, I'm so happy that I kind of stepped away from the music industry, because this is stuff that I would have been out either way. You know what I mean? They would have booted me out, because I'm not with any of all that. But yeah. So Clive, Quincy, like, guys, there's a litany of folks above. So let me boil it down. So if you're a young black man trying to get up into the record industry, there's two ways of doing it. Way number one, you need to be Master P. All right, Master P. You do it solo. You suck for 50 years and somehow grassroots, you get the thing. You know what I mean? Or you're Diddy. And this is just how it works.
Well, let me tell you, speak from example that I am, I'm a producer, somebody that makes music in Atlanta. People love my shit.
Oh, and I was gonna. Phew.
Well, let me finish.
Okay.
I was warned. I was warned, dutifully warned about this. People were at me, and people. It's almost like, if I can describe this to you the right way, it's like people could see where what my trajectory was, and it was headed towards Alpharetta, and I don't know exactly the name of these neighborhoods, but Alpharetta is one. It's where like Tyler Perry had homes. People like Diddy and Oprah. People had homes in this area that
where Andre Rodman got his shit burned down.
Yeah, he definitely had a home there. It's all kinds of athletes, entertainers, everybody that are in the inn. And so I was being invited to some of these spots, and it became known around the Atlanta area that I had stuff, man. You know what I mean? It was just like, dog, you need to go here. And that's where I drew the line. And that's where people who really saw what I was capable of stopped me. And I would be probably somebody in this category had I went ahead and took that pill and went down that road. And the truth is, you know, I had heard all the stuff about Diddy had a very strong presence in Atlanta. Jermaine Dupri, Diddy, T.I. at the time. I'm talking about the people that had strong presence. Jermaine Dupri, Diddy, T.I., what's his name? Gucci Mane, Lil Jeezy, Jeezy. Let me make sure I got everybody. Very, very strong presences down there. And I was able to rub shoulders with a bunch of people. Jagged Edge was on their way out, but I met them. There's a bunch of people down there, and I'm saying this for the first time, really live on air. I'm telling you guys that there are people that know on the perimeter of this situation that probably were affected by somebody like Diddy, that seen me walking into that situation and made sure they let me know, like, dog, that ain't where you want to be. Don't go there. If you go there, get the fuck out of there by 11 to 12 o'clock. Be gone. People told me that in Atlanta. We're talking about like 7-8 years ago. Just understand what I just said. 7 to 8 years.
That's when the demons come out. You know, not the freaks, but the demons. You know, after midnight, it's like, hey, young buck, oh, you still trying to hang out here and party with the big dogs? Go ahead and drink this, smoke that, snort this. You know, now they own you because they take advantage of the situation, and it's like, oh shit, new booty. You know what I mean? And turn you out. And you know, that's the industry. That's the music industry. Because if you look at the producers, the names that you know that make all the money, what do? You know, they find people with talent and exploit it. You know what I mean? For their purposes and benefits. And so if part of that means getting you strung out as the artist on some drug or alcohol, they don't give a shit because they're going to make money off of you and insure you. And if you blow up and then kill yourself, they even make more money. So, I mean, that's kind of the dark side of the business aspect, the industry aspect of whatever industry you're in that's making money. In this look here, it's the music industry.
So White Ghost is kind of nailing it in the chat to a degree. You know, he's really focused on, you know, he was saying something to the effect of he does have empathy for, you know, for these rich guys who get strung out and exploited. And I do agree. There's a laundry list of these guys. He mentioned Rick James in the chat. There's one in Jamaica. One of the most famous stories along this lines is Gregory Isaacs. Gregory Isaacs is just cocaine. Same situation, but we're at a level here now where it's well beyond just getting high and strung out on drugs.
There's a line where I cannot allow you to cross without my rebuttal. And that is this, kids.
What are
I don't give two motherfucks about what happened to, you know, there's things that happen to people, right?
Yeah.
And people went that direction and things happened to them. Now, here's where the buck stops with me. Because that happened to you, and you know, it's fucked up and unfortunate, and you didn't expect it, you didn't see it coming. Because it happened to you, it's your obligation to turn around and serve that to other people. Kiss my ass, dude. Don't fucking defend that, bro. Don't defend.
I'm not sure if you heard what I was saying.
I understand what you're saying. You like playing devil's advocate on the show, but that's not
what I was doing. Like just
okay. I'll hear you out.
Cool your jets, bro. I'm not by no stretch of the imagination. I already said this. I can't. There's nothing I can say to justify what the path that this particular individual has taken. There's nothing I can say. Like if you feel that I'm a contrarian under general perspectives, I can't be contrary to this. You know what I mean? There's no. I can't sign off on it. I can't put my face or name anywhere near it. I was just speaking to what White Ghost was saying and what Triple R was saying, is that from an industry perspective, the industry for the most part is built to exploit people. We've gotten to a level here that it's beyond general exploitation. It's just straight demon activity. It's straight up demonic. And it's probably the best word that I can use to describe it. We've gone beyond just, abusing a person and exploiting them for money to the depths of depravity. Right? So don't think for a second that I'm trying to sugarcoat what Diddy's doing. I can't. I don't know how.
You sure can't.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing as Quincy Jones. What's the difference between Quincy Jones and, let's say, a pimp, or whatever music label owner and a pimp, when they're what? Hey, oh, you can sing good, can't you? I know you cold and hungry, ain't you? You want to be a star, don't you? Guess what? I know all the venues. I got all the hookups with the printers for promotion and the record labels and the DJs on the radio that I all pay off. So we'll push your shit and we'll make you famous. You want to be famous, don't you? Yeah, I want to be famous. I want to be famous. They're not thinking about lawyers or accountants or any of that other shit, because guess what? They're talent. They sing, they write, they dance, or whatever it may be. That's what they do. And so when we see quote unquote overprotective parents being their kids' managers, it's because either they want to protect them or they want to capitalize and make as much money as they can off of it. So you go to the dark side, you go to the light side with it. There's always a good and a bad. After midnight, the bad is accentuated in all of these industries.
You're not lying. Triple R. Listen, there is a such thing, and it gets ran all kinds of rampant with the wording, and it turns into something else you can't really respect, because if you look at enough videos, it's like, this word gatekeeper, gatekeeping, it's rampant out there. Are you a gatekeeper? There is definitely in this world, for all the people that don't want to see the world as it is, let me tell you something that is all the way 100% authentic. There are gatekeepers, and they want you to, if you want to come past me, this is what it is, and you're going to have to do these things.
Mm-hmm. And just
I'm not going to figure out anybody individually. I'm talking about that exists. Don't be no fucking idiot and be no wayward thinking motherfucker that just like, okay, he's talking crazy. No, dude, that really is out there.
No, I mean that happens in like fraternities. If you go through hazing, the line after you're going to haze more. And whereas Smokey Robinson, they're saying in the chat, he may not have been a gatekeeper or a mentor to like a Diddy type, but Smokey went through the gate because he's accused of sexually assaulting like 4 of his housekeepers. They're suing him for $50 million. So it's not a Diddy party thing. It's a separate assault thing, but that kind of tells you that Smokey is not opposed to what Diddy was doing. And, given the length of his time in the industry and his behavior with these housekeepers, he was getting down back in the day. You know what I mean?
I just don't understand people sometimes, man. Just move to Vegas. Like, hookers are illegal. Go get your shit done. You have to rape up your house workers.
Yeah.
I mean, like, if you need to get your jaw, get your rocks off, just go pay for it. This guy's rich. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand people in that's why I say hotels and hookers, bro. Go if that's what you want to do, go do it.
Here's a really somber.
Hold on, Nomad, but that's the thing, though.
Let me get this one off. There's a somber truth to this, and this is Triple R. This is Kez the Canuck. This is Nomad. I'm talking about all of us as an example. Highly talented individuals. I'm talking about all of us. I know these guys. They are talented as fuck. I can add to that talent. Here's the thing. All of that talent, you got to understand that there's people out there that don't want you there. They don't want to see you shine and be the talent that you are, because, and if you're not going to do certain things, they want you on the outside and on the fringes. Truth be told, it's time to stop bullshitting with that, man. All these talented ass motherfuckers that don't get an opportunity, and these motherfuckers are holding the key. Come on, when y'all gonna stop acting like it don't exist, man?
Who? Oh, okay. That it definitely exists, and it's that is quite what you've just described is the industry, and that's really what me and Triple R have been talking about. It is like the industry itself is this. It's you know, I'm living proof of a talented individual that exists outside of the industry. Right, and this is just me saying it out loud. Just a couple of quick comments here. Richard Law, this is a great comment. When someone with low self-esteem is seeking to be someone, all bets are off on what people will do to achieve fame and fortune. And you're so bang on with this, Richard Law, like straight up and down. At some levels, you know, depravity is where you'll go down to debauchery and depravity to get where you need to, or you believe you should be.
And then in those industries, kids, the depravity is part of the business. You can get drunk or coked up or whatever drug you're on and show up to the set or to the recording booth and, you know, get your job done and stay high. It's not like you have the responsibility going into an office where it's like, oh, we need you to go see HR, sir. You know, we think you're under some controlled substance. So, you know, in the industries, that shit don't matter.
So let me point it directly at Diddy now. So if y'all know who Sean Combs is, he was Heavy D's dancer. That's who he is and was. How did Heavy D's dancer become an A&R mogul for a record company over Heavy D?
Handshakes and tongue kisses.
Absolutely.
It wasn't handshakes. It was hand jobs.
Right. You know,
I'm just saying that's how you get there. That's how he got there. That's why he had his own record label outside.
Clive fucking Davis.
Yeah, because he was willing to do that demonic evil shit that other artists were like, nah, man, I'm just trying to rap. You know, I'm
rapping. I'm Heavy D, yo. I bust a couple of rhymes. I make some money here. I'm good.
I'm not trying to be a degenerate and promote it.
I don't need to do all of that. Well, Diddy was willing and able and complied. And with that compliance, got himself a record label and tried to put himself on as a rapper.
Hold on. One more point, kids. You were saying, you know, why don't you just get sex workers? He did get sex workers, but guess what? He was infecting them with, you know, infectious diseases and or.
I was talking about Smokey. You know what I mean?
Well, that, but the thing is, you can pay for sex workers, but there's still a level of depravity when you are infecting them with transmittable stuff.
That's demonic.
This individual, and you know, he's got to go to trial and get, get justice, and whatever the justice is, it is. We can talk about that when it happens. The truth is, this world that like all of these talented individuals you hear talking to you right now, no maniacs. These are very talented people that are on the fringes of what you see on the screen right here. And those people that become those people that you see on the screen understand that they've gone through some things that they aren't willing to talk about. You know what I mean? This is some serious shit. This is some serious shit. And I just knew this. It was a long time ago. Some older cat told me, he was like, man, when you headed, you got to understand this. He's like, dog, you can be anything you want to be, but just know this. Don't be bending down. Don't be bowing down to shit. And an old man told me that. And I took that to heart. And I knew exactly what he was talking about when he said it to me. And I was a young boy when he said it. I knew exactly what he was talking about. I looked around me and I just knew it's just like If you want to be somebody in this world, trust in your talent, believe in what you have inside you, and just be willing to trek your own path. And that means hacking down weeds, trees, anything that you have in front of you to knock it down, to tread your own path, because that yellow brick road that everybody is so accustomed to walking on, and because it's so easy for them. I don't want to be on that road with those motherfuckers, because I look at the caliber of the individuals on the yellow brick road. Fuck, I don't want to be on the road with that motherfucker. Nah, I'm gonna trek my own path. Fuck all that shit. And if I have to live the rest of my life making that point, I'm willing to do that.
Well, you found your way to one of the few platforms where you can do that. Like just to make the world make sense now. Radio is not the driver of music that it once was. MTV is not the driver of music that it once was, right? The way that the industry controls music at this point in time is actually nonsensical. My guy Big Louie mentioned that Diddy basically destroyed rap, and he did.
He did.
But there are other avenues, and I'm like, I don't have the money for this. If somebody gave me some money, I could do it. But there are other avenues under which, at this point, from a technology perspective, you could launch music and make bank on your own. Like there's examples. Master P is an example. Another example is Tech Nine has been able to do it completely indie and make mad bank. There's other ways of doing this. My guy, the Lock Styles P, is doing something really cool with NFTs and cryptocurrency that is allowing him to do some indie type stuff, even though he's come from a label. But they're another example of somebody that Diddy exploited and have now tried to figure their way out, right? It's an industry, as is Hollywood. The word is now out that these industries are primeval. Like your example, Nomad, it's an interesting example to look at. My example from my own personal life is I turned down a record deal because I did not want to be beholden to the sum they were offering me, right? The way that a record deal works is it's just a loan. Hey, we're going to give you money up front. You make your money on the back end, and you have to pay us back. So if you make more than the allotted amount of money we're offering you, you are in the green. You're making profit. If you make less, you are beholden to us, right? You owe us money, and whatever happens.
Describing the trap that everybody on the internet understands.
I'm just putting it out there.
What does it is, kids, bro? I sent you a DM there on the Twitter.
Well, hold on. Before we get into all that, don't put it up yet. Let's finish this conversation because I do have a U-turn to make.
What is all you in these damn turns?
Well, we got to, because we're going to get lost in this conversation.
Well, you bring up a conversation, we got to have the conversation. We can't bring up the conversation and like...
As long as it ain't X-rated, God damn, man. We've been...
Well, no, look at the DM I sent you there. We look at the industries and the pitfalls that we know are there. And now as a football player, Nomad, you know the pitfalls that you're about to see. And as human beings, we get it. You want to celebrate your notoriety. You want to celebrate your celebrity and have fun. But the environment and the motivations of the people that are around you because of your celebrity and quote unquote money and juice and your fame, it leads you to bad things. And you don't learn this until you mature, as you go through things, see things happen to other people or yourself. But then you can say, hey, kid, this road that you're going down is going to be bumpy as fuck. And you may want to detour to this route. Now it's up to that kid to be like, no, I'm gonna mark my own road, my own trail, appreciate your advice, but fuck off. And then it's like, as the adult, you got to be like, all right, do your thing, baby boy. You know what I'm saying? I wish you luck. So you gonna play that, kids? So you look at like what's happening, to tie it to this day and age in this industry of football with somebody who we are you look at your Shedeur Sanders, your quarterback who is not afraid to go out there and kick it and share and show off his celebrity. The bling that he wears, neck and wrist, just the ambiance that surrounds him with his entourage is, that prime time get money. I got money. You ain't got no money. Fuck you, you broke ass. But look at me, look at me, look at me. And now, as a player, Nomad, if you see your rookie doing this, what do you tell him?
Nothing. This is ridiculous.
Really?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's just him being young and being out there and working on his brand is what this is, man. Trip, this is a bad analogy.
What, work on his brand or work on his game? Which one is the important?
This is him working on his brand. He's a money figure.
All right,
he's
so
already worth money by way of what his dad.
How does that help his team?
That ain't got shit to do. He got to live. He's a kid.
So he's out late at night, not working out, not taking care of his body.
He's supposed to be. He's supposed to be
within this house.
I'm finna get in your ass, dude. I'm finna get in your ass. So he's supposed to be round the clock.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Because you know what this leads to? It leads to higher expectations from just the normie fans who's like, wait, why do I see all these videos of other players, throwing passes or running or grinding? Hold on. But you see the videos of this kid party. On draft night, the parties and celebrations, they were more low-key, like family and friends. This dude's out of the club. You know what I'm saying? Turning it out. So if you look at the maturity level, it's like, yeah, that dude ain't got it right now. That's why he fell in the draft.
No.
If you look at the future possibilities of him getting caught up, from one of the hoes in the house, or from some dude that is like, yeah, you shining, my boy. Yeah, let me catch you out there. He's just setting himself up for all of that unnecessarily.
Triple R, you are absolutely taking that to the wrong degree. The wrong degree. So what you just saw was a young man out there with a brand, and he's out there in the spot. Social media drives whatever you think is popular right now. So he's gonna make money just by the fact that he's out and about. I know for a fact that guy's got a team around him. He's got a squad around him, and he's no matter if so. You see him out at the club having a good time. Not once did you see a drink in his hand. Not once did you see him high or be on drugs or doing any of that shit. He's just out in the club dapping motherfuckers up because that's what the brand does. It goes out and it makes popularity popular. You know what I mean? And just because you don't see him somewhere throwing a ball and doing, I can show you a ton of videos where he's doing just that. That doesn't mean
about that. It's just about
that's wrong.
The path that he's on is one that's going to be full of, was she trying to, get you caught up, because of this? They trying to get you caught up because of that. Guess what? If you minding your business at the crib or family, the odds of getting caught up go way down. I don't care about you building your damn brand. I want to see you win some goddamn football games and prepare yourself for that. I don't give up what you make off the field. It only concerns me as a football fan of whatever team, what you do on the field to help my team win. Your off the field bullshit is just that bullshit.
I ain't gonna lie to you. That's a little bit tight in the ass. That's a little bit tight in the ass. Now, let the man live. He ain't no drinker. He ain't no smoker. He don't do drugs. Nor does he drink. He went out for a minute, and that's what you saw on video. And it looks like, okay, this is what I do. I go out with my jewelry on, and I go out. That's just a mirage. I know Deion Sanders. I know his kids. And that's not what it is. It's just
now, being the industry that we were just talking about and the dark sides of it, how much of a dark influence is hanging out in that environment?
Is it a risk? If that's what you're asking me, is there a risk? It's always a risk, even if you have.
Isn't the risk higher being in that environment?
Yes. You think it's gonna stop a young ass fucking boy at that age from going out and being seen? You crazy. You tripping. They young ass boys.
Yeah, he's been a young ass boy for a long time now. When does that maturity aspect kick in?
When did you stop becoming a young ass boy? Answer me that.
18.
You stopped becoming a young ass boy at 18.
Well, my aunt who raised me died when I was 17. So it's like, where you gonna live? What you gonna do for a living? So it's like I had to grow the fuck up. You know, I wasn't in nobody's house. You know, I wasn't, mom, what you making for dinner? It wasn't none of that. So it was kind of like I had to figure shit out, which means that at 17 technically, I had to grow the fuck up. You know what I mean? So it was like, yeah. So
you had an early growth spurt. So you had an early growth spurt because of circumstances, right?
Growth spurt.
So you said you matured and became kind of a man at 18.
Well, that's mentally. That's a mental growth spurt. Yeah, because the real world was like, hey man, the rent's due the first of every fucking month. What you gonna do about it? If you want a roof over your head. So it's like, well, that means I'm not going out to party. That means I'm not going out to kick it because I have responsibilities because I want someplace to live. I want food in my belly. So that means I got to come up with an income. I don't want to do no shady shit that puts me in jeopardy of my freedom. So I got to do legal shit. So I got to figure out what I need to do. And he's not in that position because, with NIL money from his daddy having money, he came up different. I get that. And I'm not hating that he's, out there flaunting his shit. But as a person who had to grow up and mature early, it's like, look at this little motherfucker here waving all this shit around. Like, who the fuck are you? What have you ever done in the league? Not a goddamn thing. So building your brand don't mean shit to me.
Don't be the man. Don't be that. Get off my lawn, motherfucker, man. Don't be that.
Well, all right. So as soon as he has some shit go down like Pickens, and it's like, damn, where did he go wrong? It's like, well, shit, he's been going wrong the entire time. Or he could flip it and become, legendary. Good. But the path he's taking right now is very far more detrimental than it will be beneficial.
I love you right now, but right now, one of my little shorty cousins would tell me, or my nephew would be like, man, quit being a stick in the mud. Let them motherfuckers live.
Okay.
Let them live, man.
That's part of being a mature old head, though, is like, granddad don't tell grandkids, hey, go out there and touch them hot stove until you burn your goddamn hand off. Granddad be like, hey, man, you touch that hot stove, this is possibilities of what's going to happen to you. If you touch that stove after I tell you, that's on you.
That's life.
Yeah, it is. And I'm saying, and somebody with the maturity is like, if he continues down this path, these are the things negatively that will more than likely happen, because guess what? It's not just him. We've seen it before from other people, from other players. And it's like, yeah, that whole environment and element that you're trying to cater to isn't the most conducive to being a productive football player and or citizen who wants to remain with his money and his freedom.
So before I switch subjects real quick, kids, no need to wade into this, man, because I'm gonna switch subjects into more.
Oh, MC Fat kiss my ass.
Let me say this. When I go out, and I know you don't get to see me, but I'm gonna describe to you, that picture that's on the screen. That's pretty accurate of what I look like all the time. But my hat is to the back, and I always truck some jewelry. When I go out, I roll. You know what I mean? I roll out and I go have a good time, and I always truck jewelry. And one would tell you, hey man, dog, you going out to the spot? Hey dog, don't wear that jewelry.
Mm-hmm.
I'm one of those people that I garner respect and I give it. And people around me, not everybody has to honor that. I know that when I go out, but I'm gonna be authentic me. This is who I am. You know what I mean? And I go out and I move like that. And I go out to places that, like you just talking about, what you just saw on the screen. Many times I'm out in situations like that. Many times. And I'm dapping up motherfuckers, and it's just the way it is. and I go home. I'm not doing no drugs. I might have a couple of drinks and I'm out. You know what I mean? He's not even having a couple of drinks. He's just out. He goes out there and does his photo ops, his his media, and he goes to the house. That's how Shedeur Sanders is. And so what I'm telling you is maybe we've taken this visual to the extent of it's probably gone too far. You know what I mean? He's not that dude. He's not that kind of dude. He doesn't get in trouble. How many times have you ever heard of Shedeur Sanders getting in trouble? Name me one. The cat knows what he's doing, Trip.
Okay.
I'm just saying. Now I know what that is, man. He knows what he's doing. But let's have a little bit more fun conversation, man. This is more fun than anything. I'm gonna ask you guys a question, and this is some East Coast, Midwest, up north, and maybe some Canada shit. Kids, I'll lead it with you, and Trip can fill in the blanks. Hot dogs, sauerkraut. Does that fit?
Wait, what?
Let me ask Kez first. Hot dog, sauerkraut. Does that work?
I'm not a big hot dog guy, man. I know hot dogs are like a big thing in Chicago. I'm not a big hot dog guy. I'm even less of a big sauerkraut guy.
Yeah, sauerkraut is good on steamed dogs with a little mustard.
I had to bring this up, man, because it's something me and my girlfriend was talking. She's a New Yorker, right? I'm a Midwest guy, man. You know, hot dogs and sauerkraut. Like, okay, let me just take you where I am. And so sauerkraut was never something that I enjoyed. Yeah, I never liked sauerkraut ever. I don't even. So we got this garden going on out here, as everybody knows, and we grew some cabbage one time. And you know, cabbage, if you never grown a garden, you got to protect that shit because every insect in the yard, every insect outside likes cabbage. They will fuck your cabbage up. And so we were barely able to harvest any cabbage. And she made sauerkraut with it. And she was cooking that shit. And I was just like, what the fuck is that going on in there? And she was just like, that's sauerkraut. I'm just like, next time you do that, make sure I'm going out the fucking house. That shit stunk like hell. I mean, bad. And so what I'm getting at is, like, I would prefer chitlins, and chitlins stink like a motherfucker. I prefer chitlins cooking in my home.
Wait. Now, come on. Now, you would prefer the actual smell of literal shit.
Yeah, I'm not playing.
To some cabbage and vinegar.
I'm not exaggerating, bro. It was that bad.
You know, because cabbage, that's that. Not cabbage. Sauerkraut is that the German, Eastern European kind of thing, and it's bitter and kind of tart, but the smell of it is like nothing like actual boiling, shit skins on the stove. It's not even the same like stinkiness to me.
I don't know.
Totally different smell. Like it's something
it's like a fermented.
Yeah.
I think it's more of probably what I'm conditioned to smelling versus something that was new to me. And I was conditioned in my house, every once or twice a year, somebody would cook chitlins.
Say, grandma made that shit pot smell good.
Right. And you just like so the average person that never had chitlins, they'd be like, man, what the fuck? That's how I was when I smelled sauerkraut being cooked. Yeah, that shit was just rancid to me. It was bad. I don't like the taste of it either. It tastes like shit to me.
Well, it's good, if it's shit, you put it in some pierogi. Those like more Polish kind of cuisine, or like you just have it on hot dogs. It's like lettuce, just a little more fermented flavor than lettuce on a dog. It's a vegetable. It's just how you prepare the vegetable.
It's like fermented coleslaw.
Yeah,
like, you know what I mean, like it's probably the best way I could put it. It's okay. You know what I mean, yeah, put on a hot dog here and there, but generally I will just stick with the traditionals. You know what I mean?
Hey kid, so the first time before my girlfriend was living here with me, we were living in Georgia together, and I took her to Vegas with me, and she was going, and we kind of parted ways when we were in Vegas, man. I was just like, look, I don't need your ass all over me. I got shit to do. I was just on some, cool ass shit to just say that, and I was moving around, and she kept going to Nathan's. She found a Nathan's hot dogs in fucking Vegas.
Nathan's Deli.
I had heard of that shit, and I'm just like, what? And so I got it. She brought one to the room. She was just like, dog, she's like, I gotta have these. This reminds me of New York. And so it's definitely an East Coast thing, and we have hot dogs in a certain way up north. Triple R is different in a way that, I don't know too many motherfuckers around here that eat fucking sauerkraut on a hot dog. I just don't. He's one.
That's actually an option that, like, some of the, I wouldn't say upscale, but hot dog places. You got your Chicago dog. Those are 7 specific toppings. You got, your cheese dog, your chili dog, your sauerkraut dog. I mean, it's just a topping, a condiment, to most places. But, culturally, sauerkraut isn't something that, Big Mama was cooking per se. That was more the babushka, grandmas that was cooking that. So taste-wise, you may not be used to it, but it's something that you just kind of enjoy if you like that bitter tartness, vinegariness, and especially like if you got some corned beef and cabbage, like on St. Patrick's Day, that's the common meal. That's delicious. And if you're talking about Nathan's Deli, they have the hot dog eating contest all the time, but they also got very good corned beef and cabbage, nice little schmear of mustard, or whatever Jewish type food you want in the deli with pastrami's, the salamis, whatever meats, they got it for you. And they're very basic with their stuff. I mean, like lox and bagels, very simple.
It's more of an Eastern European thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. And Scrolls is saying it doesn't belong in Chicago. There's a high amount of Polish folks in the Chicago area. So I'd be very surprised if sauerkraut wouldn't be sort of.
Don't nobody eat the fucking hot dogs over there.
Well, he said, like Smitty's saying, sauerkraut is actually better on Polishes. You know what I mean? Because Polish has more of that bite.
Speaking of Polish, yeah.
You never want some onions and some mustard, Jack. I'll tell you that.
Because now look at FGB, Wisconsin. You have a lot of German, Polish, Eastern European influence, and they're big on the sauerkraut with the Polish.
Yeah, it's really an Eastern European thing. It's not so much an American thing at all. Like, it really isn't. But you have those areas that do have a high population of Eastern Europeans in North America, and Chicago just happens to be one of them places. Again, there's a very high Polish population in Illinois, so I can see how that would bleed in a little bit. There's a decently high Eastern European population here in Ontario, Canada. Facts is, I don't know, like, hot dogs just ain't it here. They just I couldn't tell you, like, I would never, let me rephrase, I would never go out the street and buy a hot dog off of somebody unless
you would buy a glizzy.
Unless
I'm at a football game or a baseball game, maybe I'm like,
okay, hey, Trip, remember, circle that what he just said. He's gonna come to visit Chicago.
Oh yeah, but we make.
Oh no! If I'm in Chicago, I'm living different. I'm gonna test what you guys got going on. Hot dogs is obviously a big thing. I'll have a hot dog in Chicago. Like I'm saying, I'll have a hot dog at a football or baseball game, maybe. But under normal pretenses, I ain't going out. I ain't leaving my house to go and get a hot dog.
But I mean, just think of the differences, kids. Nomad, like Scrolls is saying, the difference in taste between grilled onions and raw onions.
Huge.
Depending on what you're eating, like, all right. So I, the Maxwell Street. Let's just go there. That's what everybody would like to hear.
Yeah, that's the grilled onions.
The grilled sweet onions on that thing with the mustard. and the peppers, the sport peppers on there is elite. They are elite. I don't know anybody that ever came here, and I brought many people to Chicago for the first time, and I took them to get that, and there was not one. I'm talking about over 20 people for the first time coming to Chicago. Over 20 people. There was not ever one that was just like, "Hey, dog, we need to go back over there." That was a new experience for them, and that's okay. So versus this is a Polish and onions and peppers, mustard, versus a hot dog that has relish, peppers, onions, raw onions. And so I've eaten them on a Polish, I've eaten them on a hot dog, and I'm not obtuse to any one of them. And I know what it tastes like to have cooked onions on either one of them, and I like them both. So when it comes to a dog, whether it's a Polish or a hot dog, raw onions, cooked onions, I'm with it all.
Jose Sanchez, like that's surprising, bro. He's saying like it's sauerkraut's like a thing in PR. I
never heard that.
You know what I mean? That surprises me, bro. Because again, it's typically an Eastern European thing.
Well, you know what I've discovered, Nomad, talking about onions, that doing smash burgers, you put the ground beef in the skillet and then you smash some raw onions into the the top side of it. And then when you flip it, they kind of, cook in there. But then when you make the actual burger, you still sprinkle some diced raw onion on top of there because it's a different crunch, it's a different flavor, it's a different texture. It's just different, even though it's the same thing, but that caramelization brings out the natural sweetness in it more so than the raw. And so it's the same actual onion, but just that caramelization changes the flavor profile than the raw. And so putting a little both on there is a treat.
When I was Trips, when I was growing up, you couldn't pay me to eat a piece of raw onion. Not if it was fine, it was chopped fine as your smallest fingernail, I wouldn't eat it. I just pick it out.
I used to pick it out the McDonald's hamburgers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The onions in there, I used to literally go through my hamburger, pick every little piece of onion out, and then eat it. Now, I don't think there's really a meal that I will sit down and eat if it doesn't incorporate some sort of onion in it. Like onions, the bomb. I love it.
What does that tell you about the maturity of your flavor palette in your mouth?
Yeah, taste buds, change over time.
It's funny. My brother-in-law to this day is like that with onions. He's like, no, is there onions in it? Is there onions? Like he's always asking, is there onions in it? If there is, yeah, no, thank you, I'm out. But like I'm like, bro, like you're missing some things, man. There's some.
Look at what Scrolls is saying. Now take to heart what he is actually saying there. The intoxication. He says the smell of Jewtown. This is the old, that's what they called it back in the day.
Maxwell Street.
Yeah, Maxwell Street. Jewtown Polish saved me from a DUI.
Yeah, that alcohol.
Oh, dog! Like you go get one of those with some fries to go with it. You're gonna get a soda. I'm gonna pop around here.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna get a pop, and you riding with that motherfucker, dog.
Come on! Don't leave out some of the accoutrements, Nomad. Don't forget the little wax paper with the jalapeno peppers.
Oh,
that you munch on with those dry ass French fries.
That's not my French fries have never been dry. I can tell you that. I never went there and got dry ass French fries. I've gotten hot French fries every single time I've ever been. Maybe that's just me.
Well, not dry, but more fluffy inside.
Man.
But when they get cold though, because it takes like 2-3 minutes for them to get cold out of there. So then they become dry and fluffy. That's why you chase them down with that jalapeno pepper.
Dog, okay, so basically what he's trying to say is Scrolls is saying, you riding with that motherfucker, you just trying to get to the house. Because it's that intoxicating. Like Scrolls, if you like me, you get one for the road and you smash that motherfucker while you're riding.
You pay attention at the way that it's set up now, it's right off of the expressway. And so that you can see the line of cars because there's like 2 or 3 stands right next to each other. And so it's very continuous traffic. You go up, you get your food, you get in the car, you bounce. But if you look in those cars after people get served, they will get 2 hot dogs, one for home and they crack one open in the car before they
One
get
for the
back.
ride.
Damn right. That's what you got to have it like that. If you go in there and get one, let's just say you go and get one, and you know, your where you're going is about 30 minutes away, 20, 30 minutes away, and you riding, I guarantee you 10, I guarantee you won't get 10, 15 minutes into that ride before you be like, fuck this, let me get in this bag. And once you get in that bag,
and if you got a buzz going, you stop right then and there. You're like, let me get straight before I hit this road.
Dog, let me tell you something, man. That shit right there, there ain't nothing like that, man. I cannot wait until kids. We're gonna have to do a fun.
I ain't coming for the hot dogs. I'm just saying.
Well, yeah, but you can leave that.
I will definitely have one when I'm there. I ain't coming for
this. Ain't no hot dog.
That keto shit at north of the border.
This ain't no fucking hot dog, fool. This ain't no motherfucking hot dog. What's wrong with you, dog? This is not no hot dog.
It's an experience. It's not a hot dog.
Experience, you said. All right. To that degree, I will definitely have one. But like I say, I'm not. Yeah, I'm a steak and lobster kind of dude. You know what I mean? At this point, trying to steak and lobster.
Well, here's what we're gonna do, kids. We're gonna hook up Nomad and go over to what's the name? Red Apple over there on is it Milwaukee or Lawrence? One of those just north of Super Dogs there, off north of Devon, and get some of that Polish food, and get some of those pierogi. With the cheese, some with the sauerkraut, some with the sour cream, some with the meats, and he'll be eating them because they look like ravioli basically, and it's just you don't know what it's stuffed with.
You're gonna take him into a Polish world, man. I'm talking about the Polish fucking sausage.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about actual Polish, like Lech Walesa, Warsaw, Poland that live there.
I've gone to one of those places in Columbus, Ohio, and they call it Germantown. That's where all the
you'll get similar stuff there.
I've seen shit like that. But I'm telling you, kids, you think this is just a hot dog? The minute you bite into one of these motherfuckers, and you hear the crackle of that motherfucking shit, that crack of that skin when that juice jump in your mouth.
Dude, I've had a Polish sausage before. You know what I'm saying? Like I've had a Polish sausage. I've had sausage
like this
before. It doesn't like I'll throw that on the barbecue. I'll do that. I'll do that myself. I'm not gonna go, on a weekend or something. Maybe I'll do that myself. But I ain't about trying to. I'm trying to go pay another man for that. Like that's stuff I can make in 15 minutes on my crib and away we go. But put that on the grill.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Throw that on the grill.
Well, let me ask you, kids, how many different ways have you cooked your Polish sausages?
Different ways. Okay, well, you got me right there.
You say, put it on the grill. There's also let them boil in beer.
I would never boil it. Boil in beer. That's interesting. I would never. I hate boiled sausage or.
Somebody talked me into doing a bratwurst like that.
Brats.
I don't. Scrolls. I don't. And that's what I'm saying. Like I would have to come and do it and get down. But like I like when in Rome, I'll do it. You know what I mean? But outside of that, me and hot dogs ain't like. I'm not a hot dog guy. It's
saying
been a long time.
God damn it! That's where the argument's coming from. Stop saying hot dog. It ain't no fucking hot dog.
You're calling a Polish sausage in a bun. It's something else other than a hot dog. Like I've had a Polish sausage in a bun. I've had it
like a bratwurst. That's different than a
brat. You know what I mean? I've had a brat in a bun. Come on now.
Get you one of those cheese filled brats.
Before touching the McDonald's burgers, there was a time when I was like that back in the day. Like at this point, I refuse, bar none, to eat anything at that damn restaurant. I refuse. Not their French fries, not their burgers. I avoid Mickey D's like the bloody plague, and it's been a long time. Like I couldn't tell you last time I went to McDonald's had McDonald's food.
Hey kids, there's two statements in here that we have failed to mention while we were talking about these.
That sounds good.
Fried pork chop sandwich with extra grilled onion. I think he's talking more like grilled pork chops when you go to Maxwell Street.
Well, but that's the menu at these places that we're talking about. You get the hot dog, or you can get the Polish sausage, or you can get the fried pork chop sandwich.
So let's dig a little bit deeper into this fried pork chop sandwich. Is it battered?
No, it's not deep fried batter, and it's
It's just
grill
grill.
fried.
It's grill top. It's on the grill.
Okay.
Grill top.
Okay.
And then
I'm
they
with
put grilled onions on white bread with mustard. And then
I'm
the
with
side of fries and the side of jalapeno peppers.
It's amazing.
Notorious. I will crush an Italian sausage too, man. I'll be honest with you, but I just wouldn't ever go outdoors to buy. Like it wouldn't. That's something I pull out the fridge.
I know, Louis.
I'll go get some Italian sausage. I'll grill it up.
Louis, he don't.
I don't know. I don't know.
He don't get it. He don't get it whatsoever.
And the Scrolls, the Red Hot is different. A Red Hot is a specific kind of hot dog.
Man,
Damn.
all right.
Red Hot. So that there because they got a little more fiery, a little more pepper fire.
I've done the Red Hots thing too, but again, that's
and they're red. I mean, you see the difference. They are red in color,
and they're spicy, man. Wow,
yeah.
Spicy for other people.
All right. I got to stop this conversation because
Well, hold on before you go. It says Notorious TBG says a fried pork chop is like a German schnitzel.
But schnitzel's usually breaded, no?
No,
That's real schnitzel.
That's basically a pork tenderloin.
Well, fried. He said fried, so deep fried.
Yeah, you're like that's a good. But again, it's also usually breaded. They usually smack that.
Well, to deep fry it, you bread them. Yeah,
that's a deep fry. Basically,
as opposed to
you like your chicken fried steak. It's basically a chicken fried pork chop.
Chicken fried pork chop. That's a really good description of it. I've had that here. We have a really nice Polish restaurant that does it, like all the stuff you're talking about there, Trip, pierogies, schnitzel. It's usually pork schnitzel, but they'll also do a chicken schnitzel too. It's good stuff, man.
Wiener schnitzel.
And he's saying no fried.
I got one last little bit of commentary, and I want you guys to tell me which way to go. No maniacs, super no maniacs. Y'all let me know. We could talk about your early whoopings from your mama, your daddy, whoever, your aunt, whoever the fuck, grandma was beating your ass, whoever it was. Or would you like to hear a story that I could tell you about my homeboy, asshole naked in my bathroom with the door open, taking a shit?
That doesn't sound as appealing as when I used to get beat down as a child.
It doesn't sound appealing at all, frankly.
Let me know, no maniacs, super no maniacs. What's y'all think?
Are you willing to put your homeboy's name out?
Right, that's already.
I did. What the fuck difference would it make?
just because then like it's actually so much funnier that his name is out there all blast. They was naked at the play. We can stick to the beatings, but like I don't know if I have any good beating stories, man. I'm really trying to think. I pushed those memories right into repression a long time.
Oh, y'all want to talk about both?
So you want to bring up our repressed child abuse memories?
You know what I mean? Those are right into repression at this time.
Hey, girl said it's the homeboy FF.
Oh, man. Hey, honey, are we on toilet paper? Honey.
Oh.
I whooped his ass, man.
That was good, Scrolls.
Dude. I'm gonna tell y'all the fucking story anyway because I can't help it. So imagine you got your apartment and your homie, and for whatever reason, kids in Triple R, all my life, man, the biggest of my homies always was around me. I'm like, what you big motherfuckers always. So I got my homeboy. He's 6'6". He's a big power forward / center. 6'7" more like, and he's playing college ball. And I just left college and came home and got a square job. And I got me an apartment. He comes over to the crib, and I'm about to strike up the grill. He calls me up. He's just like, "Hey, dog, what?" I was just like, "Dog, I'm about to fire up the grill. I'm about to come through. You want to play the game?" So I had, the PlayStation busting on TV, and he came through. And he had been around me a few times, in different places, but never like me and him just at the house playing PlayStation. First time over there. A lot of people came through my crib. And so the motherfucker, so I go outside to strike up the grill. I go out on the patio, sliding glass door, close the door behind me. And I'm striking up the grill. You piling up your coals and putting all your shit together, and you get ready to fire it up. I'm firing it up, get the fire started, and I open my door. I'm like, God damn, fucking stink. And I go around the corner, and this motherfucker's got my door slung wide ass open. And he's on my toilet, asshole naked.
Yeah. Wait, you mean like stripped down naked?
I mean, asshole naked.
He didn't have the door closed. Or
No. Door slung wide ass open. My whole fucking house cutting up.
And he bucky ass naked.
Asshole naked.
So he took a dookie with the door open at somebody else's house?
Bucky naked.
Oh no!
Like the naked part, I can actually sort of like, you know, to a degree, I can live with. Like I watch enough.
How many times have you seen
enough to know that sometimes people get al fresco to do their business. That just happens sometimes. But if you got the door open and you're at someone else's house, like these are three. Like this is a combination of no-nos that he clearly didn't think his way through this. You can do this at home, but you can't do this combination outdoors in the woodwork, especially at like your friend's house.
Was he trying to be a Scatman Crothers and invite you in? What was he doing?
I walk in the door, I walk the sliding door, I open up the sliding door, the smell hit me soon. I mean, my fucking house cutting up. And this motherfucker, he's like, hey dog, and he starts saying something to me. I was like, what the fuck? And I start walking towards where I'm hearing this voice. I'm expecting the door to be closed. And as I'm going down the hallway, I see the light getting bright. I'm like, and I'll go around the corner, and this motherfucker sitting on my fucking toilet, whole naked, stinking like a motherfucker.
If you're 6'7", you can't use my bathroom.
Was he drunk or he just looked at you like normal, like good morning?
It was like the most normal thing to him. I was just okay. So let me just stop right there. What is your response, Triple R? What is your response, kids? What's your
problem? That's my response. What the fuck are you doing?
Holy shit!
I keep that
close the doors. Like, all right, you want to be bucky naked? That's fine. Whatever you do in the bathroom behind closed doors is fine. But guess what? The goddamn door ain't closed. So we're well beyond courtesy flushes.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Look, I don't know what you do here. So first off, you said this man was 6'6", and I know you're not. So I don't know. I mean, I'm saying like you just kind of gotta. All I would really do is cuss him out. I just cuss him out and close that door as quickly as humanly possible. That's basically what I would do.
Well, you gotta go. Like the opposite of what happened. I told that motherfucker, man, get your shit, get the fuck out. He's like, man, what the fuck wrong with you? I was like, man, get your shit on and get the fuck out. He's like, man, you tripping, man. I was like, close the motherfucking door. I'm going off on his ass now. And that motherfucker closed the door. He's like, man, you out there tripping. I'm just like, dog, you. And so he gets done, wipes his hands and did all that shit and comes out of the bathroom. His big ass standing over me talking about some, man, you tripping, man. I'm just in there using the bathroom. The fuck you doing with the door slung wide ass open and calling me?
He needed help.
Man, dude, I was going off on his big ass.
I need somebody to talk to me so it passes.
That's crazy. I don't know what you do. You know what I mean? I don't know what you.
Even worse, he calls like, hey, no man. Hey, what do you think about what Coach said the other day?
This motherfucker.
You asking me this now?
This motherfucker talking about some. I thought we were getting ready to play 007. Man, we ain't playing shit. Get the fuck out. Get your big ass out of here, man. I'm like, man, you don't be at nobody's house, dog. And he was. Later on, he was talking to me, man. It got way regular after that. And I understood him better. You know what I mean? It was just like culture shock right then and there. It's like, motherfucker, what the fuck? Where do you think you at? You do that shit at your own house, motherfucker. You don't do that at my house.
Well, you see, that's at college age is not where you should be learning those social norms, because you would think age appropriate behavior. You learn that shit in high school.
So not before. I got to ask a bigger question here. So, like, what is the etiquette for this particular gentleman at the public restaurant? Is he like wide ass open at the?
That's what I asked him. That's
the door wide open, Bucky naked on the public toilet.
Like, these motherfucker will take all his shit off wherever he goes.
Like I say, I can dig it. I can dig it, but you can't do that trifecta of things. And somebody else.
I was like, all right. So if you on the road, this is what I asked him. I said, so if you on the road, you got to stop in Nantucket or Nacogdoches, Mississippi, some fucking where, and you guys got to take a shit because you ate too much fucking White Castle or whatever the fuck it was.
Too much Buc-ee's.
You just ate something, and you got to go. He said, I'm gonna fold that shit up, and I've done it many times. And I'm gonna just sit it on my lap.
What is
well, I mean, you know, I can get
somebody came in with your door open and just
kicked you
in the mouth and took your gear and left you buck ass naked on the toilet.
And why are you taking your shirt off? What that got to do with you, boo boo?
Hey, like I said, ask George Costanza about that one. He will co-sign. He will co-sign on this particular thing. So like I can dig the, I can understand, but there's portion that the trifecta together in unfamiliar territory is crazy. That's
so.
Crazy.
What did you learn about her nomad later on? That his family was like a bunch of hippies or something.
First of all, I learned that I hurt his feelings when I told him I kicked
his feelings.
I heard he was hurt, man.
Oh, ain't that about a bitch?
He didn't understand, man. He didn't understand.
Your house when
it was very direct. Man. It was very loud. I was like, man, get the fuck out.
I don't like that time you kicked me out the house when I was taking the shit.
He was like, oh, we homeboys, man. Don't treat me like that. I was like, get the fuck out, bro.
Oh, cool, man. I thought we were gonna have lunch together. That was some bullshit.
It was. Do you know what it means?
He got to explaining to me. He was like, man, I've been like this. I guess his dad. He said his dad was like that, and his dad, him and his.
Oh
I guess
man, we got into deep trauma.
All right. So his dad and his mom. So he grew up watching his dad and his mom. So his dad, like, I got a cousin that's like this, man. His girlfriend.
Not the same.
His girlfriend is in the bathroom with him while he's taking.
Well, yeah, that's kind of a relationshipy thing.
No,
I hate that, but sometimes
that's right there, bro.
Well, no, I mean that is. It's like, when did you know you were serious about this?
I was just gonna say, she ain't going nowhere if she, you know what I mean? She'll be around.
If I'm boo booing and she comes in and we have a conversation, or she's boo booing and I go in and we have a conversation.
That ain't never happening for me. I'm just saying, I'm never.
That's love, baby.
And the Keds beats never. I'm never walking in on a woman doing that ever, unless like they have requested my presence to deliver something. You know what I mean? Like if I'm delivering like teepee, I'll still like stick it around the corner.
He said that's
I ain't coming in. You know what I mean? I ain't coming in.
But you ain't never been sitting there and she came in and y'all just have a conversation about something?
Me and my lady man, that shit.
Never. I'm not coming in there while that's going on.
I'm not going in there while she's shitting. She ain't coming in there while I'm shitting. Period.
My woman will walk right in. We'll talk if she wants. Like it's.
But as far as like him seeing his parents, they've been together for years. It's like one shitting, the other shitting. They don't care. It's like, what we doing, for dinner tonight, or this hell or whatever.
I'm like Scrolls. I'm more Scrolls than y'all motherfuckers.
Not even fight around me. That's too funny, man.
I don't play that shit either.
But now you setting them up to fail, taking them out for Jewtown or some like chili cheese dogs or something. And
I can hold it all night long until like I ain't looking, and like there's been I'm just saying that times where I was looking and it was crazy.
Hold on, fella. I gotta tell y'all some other funny shit. One of my little cousins, he's like 3 years younger than me. He called me. I took him up there to go grab some Polish and all that shit. He was with his girl when he left there, and he was just getting with her. And they in that phase of their relationship. Ain't nobody farting around each other, none of that shit. So this motherfucker ate 2 Polish, all onions. Eat all the peppers and all that shit. This fool gas eating a motherfucker. So he's sitting up there, and this is like 3 hours after I drop his ass off. And he motherfucker calls me. He's talking about, man, I gotta call the ambulance.
Gotta call the ambulance?
Motherfucker say The motherfucker say, I gotta call the ambulance. He said, I think I'm having a heart attack. My chest hurting. He said, my heart hurting. I was like, the fuck wrong with you? He's just like, man, my shit fucked up. And so I'm trying to talk to him. He get off the phone with me. He calls the ambulance and they take his ass to the hospital. And I run up that motherfucker. I'm really thinking something like, what the fuck wrong with him? This motherfucker, the nurse comes in there with a motherfucking Sprite.
God, he got gas.
Scared to death. He's scared to motherfucking death, bro. You know, just put all that farting and shit, and man, I don't play that shit around my lady, dog. I don't.
Now, what happens like y'all in bed together, you dozing off or just waking up or sleep, and it's like, while you sleep, what are you doing?
Brother,
It's time to get on the couch, one of you motherfuckers.
I'm sorry. I do. I don't really care. I do. I need them to know that this is a natural thing that happens, and it may happen frequently, and you better freaking love it. If you don't, hey man, you need to
love my smell at the worst.
You mean that's just being disrespectful to each other, kids? You can get your big ass up and go in the other room,
and that's okay. And most of the time I will, but there are like if we're in a car, where am I gonna go? You're just gonna have to, you know what I mean? You're just gonna have to
live the window.
Just hold it.
Sometimes I might, but I live in Canada. It gets cold out there, man.
Ain't no holding it.
You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just have to do what you do, and
I'd be like, hey kids, I'd be like, this is what I do. Hey, hold on, we on the road. I'm gonna pull this motherfucker over. I feel like the right tire is a little weak over here. Let me go check it
out. He got the camera.
I'm letting him ride.
You're checking the tires. That's pretty slick. That's pretty slick.
I cannot do that. If I don't want her to do that to me, I can't do that to her.
Oh,
man,
no, man.
The fun part is cracking those silent ones and just playing it cool.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like,
and she was like, "Oh, what happened?" It's like, "What's wrong, boo? What happened?"
Oh, sorry, I forgot to wind the window down. You wind the window.
No, mine did that to me one time, like when we first started, man. And I'm telling you, it smelled like a fucking house.
Loved it.
Oh, I was just like, oh,
one of the funniest ones for me, like similar situation. So I just moved out. And it was literally like the first week I'm at my new apartment. And my new apartment was nice, right? So the apartment actually had 2 floors, right? It's kind of compact, little balcony, kitchen, but an upstairs and a downstairs. And downstairs got a small bathroom, you know, like little toilet, sink, and it's right in my kitchen, and the living room is right beside it, right? So just a small little area. And we bring these, me and my cousin, my roommate at the time, we bring these 2 girls over, and we're kicking it. Everything is good, you know. And one of the girls is like, "Look, where, you know, can I use your bathroom?" Oh, sure, yeah, you can use the washroom. It's right there. And she goes, "Okay," and she picks up and she goes to the washroom. And boy, I didn't really consider the, you know what I mean, the proximity of this bathroom to the living room and the kitchen. Oh boy, my girl blew the whole bottom floor up, man. The bottom floor was tore up. And like the whole time we're talking to her friend going, man, like she just destroyed our apartment. We just moved in here and like this is what it, oh man, like if I had any idea that she was gonna dookie, like if I knew this was number 2, I would have sent her upstairs. You know what I mean? Now I don't have to pay any attention to this, and we're all good and laughing. But right now, the 3 of us are just clowning homegirl in the washroom. So she finally comes out, and she just sees us laughing, and she's like, "Well, you know what's so funny?" And I'm like, "What's funny is the smell that you fucking
your ass and died
on the lower floor of my apartment." And we all started rolling on the floor, bro. We were rolling, and she was like, "Oh, shut up! What are you talking about?" I was like, "Look, at this point, like Israel, bro. Bottom line is, if it's number 2, if it's Dookie," and I started asking folks, "What are you doing in there? What's it gonna be?" Because if it's number 2, cool. I got a whole other bathroom upstairs. You just go upstairs, do your business. I don't have to even, you know, you flush twice, but I don't need to know about what's going on. Otherwise, if it's number 2, please let a brother know.
Hey man,
you're not a Cleveland Steamer kind of guy. Then.
Let me tell you the bald-headed ass truth.
and this is the truth. I don't give a fuck what man you dealing with. If you're a man, if you're a man's man, you don't want to smell your lady. Why? It's because we get busy doing all kinds of shit in different places. And we get our face in areas that you don't want to know that that's going on.
Some men prefer their ladies after a nice workout as opposed to after.
No. See, man, that's retarded.
Some men prefer maybe a little toot when they're crossing the salad. You know, a little aeration, if you will.
Guaranteed that motherfucker got some kind of problem.
He went left.
That motherfucker got some kind of mental problem, and you something wrong with his ass.
Hey man, just because you might like, a little smell of poo, don't mean you got issues. It means just like
that's what it means. Now, don't get it twisted. That's what it means.
You know what is a fecal freak? A fecal freak. Things to do in Denver when you're dead. He's a fecal freak.
No, that's some y'all going in the area like, dog, you can't.
I mean, some people are into that though. Is the point, though, man? While you may consider it like just the bane of existence, it's like the Cleveland steamer is a thing.
Something
because
wrong.
People are into it.
See, let's just put this out there as well. This is all the more reason to stay the F away from Cleveland. I'm just. It's named the Cleveland Steamer for a reason, y'all. So
that's something.
Scatman Crothers, that was
that particular part of Ohio. Just
be a brown boy.
Right on through.
Hey! If you're a fecal freak, hey, you be a good fecal freak. You know what I'm saying? Never yuck somebody's yum, even though their yum may taste like literal actual shit.
No, I can't let it get to this level.
Shout out to the girl who blew up the whole bottom floor of my apartment.
What was her name?
I can't do it. You know exactly who you are, though. You know who you are. I know you do.
What are her initials?
PC. like a computer. Snap.
Like, hey,
like, oh no.
Hey, listen.
Yeah, it's you.
Different strokes for different folks.
Personally, man, let me tell you something. Personally, there's no getting around from the bodily functions that a man or woman has to deal with. I'm one that goes in another room, and I expect my girlfriend to do the same thing.
Well, but then like bodily functions, ladies sometimes, when they have their time of the month, they have a malodorous aroma to them. That's not their fault because of the physical shit that's going on. But yeah, it don't smell good.
Get the fuck away from me. My girlfriend don't have that issue. I don't smell.
I'm not a fan of that because I can catch that from like a mile away.
That's different depending on the woman. I've met the women that have, when that's going on, you can definitely smell that little sharpness that comes with that. Then I've had many women that you don't even know what's going on. So it depends on who you're dealing with.
It's funny, yeah. Okay. No, you're right though. Yeah.
So I would just say this, man, and I'm talking to all fellas. It's like we have these standards for what we want from a woman. You want your woman not to be stank, of course, because you never know. You never know when you decide you want to be a freak, nasty ass motherfucker and start doing wild ass shit and whatever it is you do, good for your ass. But at least, and this is the last thing I'll say, at least get your ass some baby wipes with your stinking ass. Get your trifling ass some baby wipes.
We've only done like 60 shows, but somehow we come back to but somehow we come back to the dude wipes case scenario all over.
I played with an offensive lineman whose nickname was Big Shitty because he was, a country farm boy who wasn't big on deodorant, or personal hygiene, and he was the kind of dude that his fellow offensive linemen in the showers when you were showering together, he would ask his homeboys like, "Hey, you feel something warm on your leg?" Because he was actually pissing on old boy's leg in the shower. Big Shitty was that kind of guy.
We squad.
So we all know those fellas that we work with or have played with sports with. That is like, you're a nasty son of a bitch, aren't you? You know, so it's not just the ladies. Some of these dudes, it's like, hey man, you know, deodorant. I could like cut you off.
Any grown ass man that's still like last time I can remember peeing in the shower, I couldn't have been no older than 6, 7. Like you still peeing in the shower as a grown ass man, I should kick your ass.
You know, but and that teammates. You know what I mean? It takes all kinds.
He owe me. I'm definitely
if you look at this Bears roster, I bet you right now.
Peeing in the shower as an adult is a no-no?
Dog, your feet probably.
I'm just asking questions. I'm not saying I'm not admitting to anything. I'm just asking questions. It's a
because I'm sure there's dudes on this roster right now that
are in the shower, kids. Do I have to teach you what man one-on-one means, man?
Right down the drain.
Great, I'm getting them all lathered up.
You don't piss in the shower, you piss before you get in there.
Look, I'm not a shower pisser at all. It's just funny to even consider that people pee where they're getting cleaned, but people do. It's out there. I've seen it. Like one of the funniest shit, and I personally for me was just like at the pool. Where you know what I mean? You're at the pool and everybody just showers, and that's just how it is in the washroom. Everybody's showering, you going in the pool. Right. Well, there's just one Asian gentleman was just free flowing in there, and I almost lost it. I was like, what?
I would have lost it.
What's happening right now?
You know what I mean? I'm saying, like, this is a public situation. There got to be 50. There's at least 12 people in here showering to go into a pool, and you're just free flowing, bro. That's nasty. Like,
is anybody else seeing this right now?
Oh, you know what I mean?
I had it sound all PG, motherfucking pissing, man.
Well, I'm trying to be, you know what I mean? Trying to be.
Whip his ass. You should have whipped his ass.
I mean, he might have known pissing on nobody.
He might have known martial arts, so I kind of.
He was just pissing to himself. I mean, what are you gonna do?
He might have known martial arts. I'm just saying.
Marshall this ass whooping. I'm whipping your ass, dude.
AC at Mike F said, a lot of bros don't be wiping right.
That's it.
Oh, you itching? Yeah, that's that itch. You know what's up.
You don't got baby wipes, you foul, man. You living foul. That's just all it is.
Man, that ain't no foul. You bought into the system. You got propaganda.
Bro, you got to have baby wipes as a man, dog.
You got propaganda, bro. You got propaganda. You don't
get that ass water. Yeah.
You ain't got no baby wipes. You living foul, man. Take that from me.
You're not living foul. You got propaganda.
Listen to your homeboy, man. Listen to your homeboy.
You're not a man until you buy some baby wipes, damn it.
Look, peeing in the lake is all right. That's okay.
Yeah, everybody does that.
Everybody does that. Like, yo, my homeboy who passed away. Yo, shout out to the homie though. Rest in peace. One of the funniest shits was like, so in the project we had 2 pools. There's 2 like shared pools in the project, and everybody come down and you go do your thing. So like late at night, we would jump the fence and we go swimming by ourselves. We bring chicks there, whatever. But there's one like two times in a row. It's like within the course of a week, we jumped the fence. We're swimming, and my homeboy's in the pool, and he's pissing in the pool, just laughing it up. And we'd be like, oh, nasty. And we'd run away and then jump the fence and leave him in the pool. And he's laughing. The 3rd time we were in the pool, he takes a full-on shit.
Oh, no.
So he's sitting in the corner of the pool laughing to himself. And we're like, uh-oh, what's this motherfucker? I mean, what's this dude up to now? He pissing in the pool again. And then
damn, dude. And I thought I was gonna have a hell of a story to tell when I told y'all the story of my homeboy. I had a nice ass hotel suite. Then I was doing crazy shit in the street, and I had money, and I got this nice ass hotel suite. It was like 2 or 3 rooms. They was all adjoined, and we had doors to them so we can get through all of them. And all my homies was up there, and we went out to the pool. And you know, they seen all us brothers coming down there. Everybody got the fuck on up out of there. And so we had the pool to ourselves. And we just get in the room getting fucked up before we ordered up. We didn't order up no women, but we had girls coming up there. And so we were just getting, it was getting right. You know what I mean? Drinking a little bit, smoking a little bit. And my guy, man, I ain't gonna even say his name, but man, we went out to the pool and that motherfucker had a little too much to drink. And this motherfucker, man, he gets in the pool and we all having a good ass time. We wrestling and tossing each other around and all crazy ass shit boys do. And this motherfucker over in the corner just quiet. And everybody's kind of looking at it. Like, next thing you know, this motherfucker just start up chucking.
Oh,
just started throwing up all over the pool. Everybody gets up out that motherfucker. Everybody. And man, I want to whip his ass so bad, but he was just too out of shape.
You're mean, man. Like,
Yeah,
I was like, oh, you knew you wasn't feeling good. Get your ass out the pool. Get your fat ass out the pool.
That's going on your incidental credit cards.
I'm just saying that the water has a way of doing that in the pool. It can turn your stomach and make you, you know what I mean, and make you vomit. Like,
Get out the pool, bro.
It's well known. They usually say make sure that you've digested your food before you know what I mean, before you get in the pool. And it happens like this. I've seen it happen to lots of people.
This motherfucker
My homeboy took
stewing
the
for like 15 minutes, and next thing you know, the motherfucker he knew it was coming. He just stood there. He just sat there in the corner. Get your big ass out the pool. Fuck, I want to whip.
Go to a drain because there's plenty of drains around the pool somewhere. Don't do it in the pool.
Yeah,
like I said, I've seen that a couple of times, and it's just literally you ate too quickly before deciding to get in the water. It's just how it works. 30 minutes, Illinois Jones. You know what I mean? 30-minute rule. He's bang on right. You should wait 30 minutes after eating before you actually enter the water. It can upset some stuff. But like I say, my guy, he took a full-on shit. He was laughing the whole time. He was laughing.
I definitely spanked the living shit out of him.
Man, you want to touch the homeboy after he just did you want to get close enough to touch him? We bailed out.
The only way that you can wipe your ass in the pool is if you put your bunghole by like that whirlpool part that spits the pool.
The jet.
Back into the pool. The jet.
You're just splashing feces further and deeper into the pool.
At that point, I don't think you give a fuck. So
I call the police, friend or not.
I mean, that's just like having a bidet.
That's too
it's
funny,
like a bidet except it's in a pool. Everybody
put a Baby Ruth in a public pool, like straight up. He did. He was just that type of dude, man. He was such a funny ass dude, man.
You remember the movie Caddyshack? Bill Murray.
Yeah.
When it was like somebody shit in the pool, and he picked it up and bit it, and they all freaked out.
God love Bill Murray, man.
As soon as that motherfucker get out the water, he's getting his ass whooped. I'm telling you. Period.
No,
all right,
no,
man.
You just uncouth. Isn't that the word for it? Uncouth?
Definitely uncouth.
Hey,
There's a furthest thing from couth.
This is the Nomad Network for you. 4 hours. 4 hours into it, and it's still fucking interesting. We still having a good time having conversation with you guys. We went to 2.5 hours of Chicago Bears, pure Chicago Bears content. Talked about a lot of stuff. And then we ventured out into the other parts of the NFL and onto the putting the turd in a punch bowl. We just having all kinds of conversations around here. But that's what the Nomad Network has for you. We can talk about it all and all be brothers at the same time, kids.
And we be cussing around these parts.
That's right. And kids must, by the next show that he has a whole, you need a dictionary of damn baby wipes, dude. You need to go to the bulk section of Costco or wherever the fuck
Johnson & Johnson's kids through college. I ain't about to do that. I can clean my ass with a rag or
get you some Johnson. Wait a minute, you putting a towel in your ass?
Bro, I will use a rag and wash my ass and throw it
I don't know what we're talking about now, but it's scary.
Oh no, dog. You living foul, dog. You living foul.
How am I foul? No, I'm putting the rag on my face.
Dog, you don't use
a wipe rag and a face wipe rag, and those two rags are not the same.
They're not the same rag, bro.
all right, I gotta
Well,
get out.
not this week.
Kids
So
scared.
after laundry, then you know who knows.
You wash it, you put it in the laundry. You got clean stuff.
Man, you got to have you some baby wipes, bro.
Well, yeah, I mean that like Illy Jones saying male wipes, but yeah, they are baby wipes, and they are just the
Johnson and
the
Johnson.
simple fact that using regular TP, whether it be single ply, which is horrible, or double ply, it gets dry up in there and leaves like the little BDBs and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas the moist wipes have some moisture to them, so they get all those smears and skid marks from all up in there.
Oh yeah.
But what you do is you always make sure that even if you use regular TP at home, if you're ever traveling, get you some of those travel wipes, because some of the quality of the TP in the airports or hotels ain't the same that you're used to, when you get your wiping on at home. So
Yeah.
you want to get those skid marks out so you don't have any odor.
Y'all skipping it up, man.
Hey kids, no more truck driver stains, no more hanging on.
Bro, that ain't like y'all need to check my drawers. I'm just letting you know.
We don't need
My drawers don't look like that,
We
bro.
don't need
I'm
nothing
just
to do
saying,
with that,
my
man.
drawers look clean.
Just telling you, we just telling you the right way to fly. We need telling you the right way to fly, man. Learn the right way.
The only time my drawers might look like what y'all describing is if I'm having diarrhea. If my stomach's upset, maybe we might have a little bit of skirt action. Outside of that, clean as a whistle down there, bro.
My brother in Christ. Listen to me. Accept your rites of passage. Get you a goddamn book of baby wipes.
I refuse to bow down to the God of Johnson and Johnson. I refuse.
Hey, but on the road, you go into an airport and you try to wipe your ass, and all you get is
look, if things go sideways at the airport, I promise you this, I will go and purchase the man wipes if so required.
If your flight don't leave first, now you're on a place called yourself.
I am not living in fear of the God of Johnson and Johnson. I refuse.
We still know, like, why does it smell like somebody shit themselves on this flight?
They're extra large butt wipes.
Dude, listen to AC Adam. He said that's like licking a potato chip, then putting it back in the bag and shaking up the bag. You fucking.
You know what? I have a great story about that one too, but it's just not PC enough for this show. Like, just not. I'll tell y'all after.
Kansas' new name from
I got a good one. I'll tell you that.
We're gonna get up out of here, but Kansas' new name from this point on is Shitty Canada. You fucking up.
Yeah.
You fucking up in a righteous ass way.
I'm letting y'all know my draw's clean.
That's not something that I ever thought I would actually think
he lied his ass off. His draw. He lied.
My boxers can't be repping the clean.
I just made sure to never buy no more tighty whities. All my undies are colored now.
His shit fucked up, and he ain't gonna never tell it. But we got to get ready to get up out of here. You guys, we've been on here. My girlfriend is off tomorrow, and she is over on the other side of this door, probably ready to stab me or something. But we got to get ready to get out of here because we've been on for 4 hours. Let's give out some pleasantries before we get ready to bounce, man. Starting with you, Triple
I. Big up to all the no maniacs who joined in the chat. And for those voyeurs who just like to watch and observe and listen and giggle, we know you are, and absorb, whether it be Bears talk and knowledge or general just life shooting the shit or smearing and smelling the shit, in Kansas' case may be. Big up to all y'all. So make sure you are subscribed to the Nomad Network and you're liking the videos. And then on the personal tip, I got Sports Chicago Style. That's the channel here on YouTube, as well as the social medias and the .com. And then, of course, there is our brother to the north,
Shitty Canada,
Kids the Canuck, and that's his channel at Kids the Canuck. So go over there, show him some love, and get your content on as he produces as well. So big up to all y'all, and let's keep it moving because this is the beginning of April. So we got rookie mini camp coming up. We got some voluntary camps coming up. And we just got, what's going on in league, what's going on in life. and that's why you kick it with us here on Extra Sauce. So big up all y'all.
Hey,
Oh,
Linus.
man. What? Kids is Linus. Ouch. Look, man, kids, I'm telling you, kids bathe, bro. Kids bathe. Kids knows how to wipe his own ass without praying to the gods. I rebuke the gods of Johnson & Johnson. Screw it.
That's why people don't like you, man. Dude,
that's okay, man. I don't like people either. I'm just saying, I don't like people. But I'm definitely, like I say, I learned how to wipe my ass a long time ago. I did, and wash it. So if y'all don't know how to wash your ass, by all means, buy dude wipes.
Well, but how do you wash your ass in the airport?
Learn how to wash your ass.
How you wash your ass in the airport?
In the airport?
Are you going like with your ass on the ankle to sink?
But why am I washing my ass in the airport?
Well, because you have to have a boo-boo before your flight, and it was like a messy boo-boo in that single-ply airport cheap-ass TP and getting the job done.
Okay, so this is a very specific, this is a very specific example, right? If I have diarrhea,
I'm not saying it's never happened to me before. Stop it.
And I can't, and I like, real talk, I would get some dude wipes. Just let me be honest about this. If this is the situation that we're talking about, but even then, you know, I ain't coming with the dude wipes in preparation.
Hey kids, what'd you tell me? What you tell me that whack ass Mexican restaurant, the fast food restaurant is in Canada? Chipotle. You eating all that Chipotles and shit.
Oh damn!
What are you talking about?
It's going down. It's going down
in life.
That guacamole's starting to flow on your ass.
No, man. So like, there was a time in life where stuff like that would happen regularly, man. I had to learn special things. You know, so I gotta say, I had to learn special things. And this is before dude wipes was like promoted and put out. I'm just saying, I learned how to take care of my ass. My ass.
Listen to Ellie, man. It's about maintaining, homeboy.
Hey, man, trust me. My ass is my ass maintenance is fucking, you know.
Because I'm one of those people that don't like to check baggage on flights, so I make everything fit in my fucking backpack. And on the side pocket of my backpack, I keep my one white Charles's, you know, for that moisture time where it's like, oh damn, I'm about to get this flight. And it's going to be a couple hours, and we might get stuck on a tarmac, and I know I don't fit in those airplane bathrooms. So let me go ahead and handle this now. And it's like, oh, damn, skid marks. You know, if this single ply, if I can't get it out, I'm going to smell like this for the rest of the day to where I'm going. And I can't walk to the airport sink where the water is with my pants around my ankles, because that would be weird. That would be like no mask, homeboy. So, and it's like you can't get out to the place to buy them because you got shit stains in your ass. It's like, what you gonna do?
Man, kids.
I'm worried about Triple R now. Like, how frequent a situation is this for you? I flew to Amsterdam. It was a 13-hour flight. Under no pretenses did I even take a shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't even take a dookie. Getting on the plane, held it until I was off the plane. If you're worried about a regular maybe hour and a half flight in North America, I'm worried about your bowels, bro. I'm worried about what's going on down there.
Hey, Trips, don't even say nothing back, man. That man in denial. He know he got a king size Snicker goddamn shot on every time he pick up his draw.
And karma, just the next time kids travels,
I don't know how you're on 2-hour flights pre-prepared for shit disturbances. You know what I mean? Shit mistakes. That's crazy.
But I mean, you get to the hotel wherever you go, and it's like, what is this single plot cheap ass bullshit?
Well, no, you double up. What's wrong with you, man? You double up, bro. It's
not just you know, some of the pieces are all rolled up, some of the pieces are brown, all rolled up, and it's like, oh, it's all rolled up in my crack.
Kids, all right, bro, we gotta get ready to get out of here, Johnson.
All right, I can't do it on. Okay, well, let's get out of this show. I can't do it on on a show like this, but maybe I'll put together a special on how to wipe, like how you should wipe your ass, live and direct on Keza Canuck channel here on YouTube. Hopefully this will help those of you who are leaning towards spending additional money on Johnson & Johnson's dude wipes.
Look at his face, y'all. You know what this is.
That's literally the face that I would be making if I was
Was
taking
that one wet or was it dry? I'm not sure.
maybe a little bit of both, but definitely clean. Yeah.
It was moist. It was definitely moist.
I want to give a shout out to the folks over on Twitter, the 34 heads that are on Twitter right now, just watching and loving the show. Big ups to you. We would wish you guys would do a little bit more noise in the chat over there. It'd be great. We would appreciate that because, we don't get that in the feed very much over here live and direct when we're doing the show. So all y'all Twitter heads out there, big ups to you. I'm probably at some point going to start to push my stream over to Twitter too, just so we can garner a little bit more love. The more love, all the better. But by all means, like, share, and subscribe if you can on Twitter, or at the very least, give us a message. Send us a message. Send us some love so that we see you here in the chat and know that you're representing and watching.
Don't give all the shout outs. Just shout everybody. Just say
I can't. It's 1:30 in the morning, basically here on the East Coast. I need to go to sleep. So I will definitely give a big shout out to Dude All 36 today, because he was all over the chat killing it. And I loved just about everything he had to say. Illinois Jones, the Scrolls, Richard Long, White Ghost, AC Adam, y'all have held it down with us for the long haul here towards the end of the night. Shout out to all of you guys, Mr. Mayhem as well. Shout out to you guys for coming through. Oh, and Jose Sanchez in Puerto Rico.
Oh!
All right, big love.
All right, let me interrupt this, man, because this is the face.
Oh, and Big Lou.
This is the face of a man that knows that he needs some goddamn baby wipes. His ass is shitty, and he knows it. And he's just like, fuck you. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, you smell that? Yeah, I know you do.
Hey, I stink. And I represent that. That's just what it is, man. Okay, come on, man. Get with the goddamn stuff.
Refuse to put the children of Johnson & Johnson through any colleges in the United States.
Worried about their business. Worry about your ass.
My ass is clean. I keep trying to explain to you. I know how to wipe my shit. I know how to wipe it very professionally and wash it.
Man, this is the wrong thing. I
learned some important lessons as a child, and I don't know about the rest. I'm worried as all hell about the rest of y'all. Y'all don't know how to wipe your ass.
This is the wrongest show ever that we ever did.
And
that's because of you kids,
family to fix it.
Run around here stinking and don't even realize he's stinking.
I'm just telling you, man. I'm just telling you. The Johnson & Johnson family will not save you. You need to learn how to wipe your
Johnson & Johnson. Worry about your ass.
I'm telling you, you need to learn how to wipe yours. Wipe it properly, and you won't have to purchase dude wipes.
But you got this to look forward to.
Unless you have a mistake, a little boom mistake at the airport. Like there's the man purse. Maybe that's what you do. Maybe you get male diapers, and that straightens you out. But
so kids will not be engaging in anything, 6 added 9 to it, because nobody can tolerate the death come from him below the waist. Nobody
he ain't going down there nowhere near.
Nowhere, not even.
You know who lives around the corner from you?
You ain't no love, bro. None. Ain't no girl gonna fuck with you, bro.
Well,
not putting his face in the place.
I'm just saying, never had a problem before. I know how to clean it.
I'm just saying.
You get down there talking about.
Join the rest of civilized society. I'm saying poison gas. That's exactly right, Richard. Poison gas. Get it right, kids. For the sake of all men everywhere, get it right, sir. Get it right.
I refuse. I refuse. I will keep my $6 in my jeans, and
you got something else in your jeans.
Hey, just like some people like sweet. They love the sweet, others love the tart.
Got some shit going on in your jeans other than $6. You worry.
Oh, man.
This guy talking about $6.
Y'all just
Bro, I'm not walking around with extra dude wipes in case I shit myself. I'm
This
not.
man got to talk about
I
some
would
$6.
rather
He got gnats and flies.
no, not for if you shit
I'm not
yourself,
doing
for after you take a shit.
You think I give a flying fuck about the other passengers on the plane? I give zero fuck.
True. This man talking about
Zero
some
fuck.
$6. He got flies and gnats following him everywhere.
Bro, $6 times.
He said, "I'll be the one that smells like shit on this plane."
$6 times every flight you're taking. That's crazy talk.
Fuck all
Just in
y'all.
case you shit yourself, bro. How frequently are you shitting yourself?
No, not accidental shits, just regular shits that you're cleaning up.
If you don't know how to wipe your ass, you're gonna have skid marks.
How do you
wipe
wipe
my
your
ass?
ass with single ply toilet paper when it's all dry?
In a pinch,
And
you
not
can
smear.
use the dollar. You
Because
can.
you're gonna smear. Don't smear. The
This is a
smearing is the bad
hilarious conversation. It's 3 for 10 at the
3 for
Sam's
10
Club.
at Sam's, bro. God damn.
That's
What's
where the
wrong?
witness and the
Y'all
witness
really
comes
buying?
in.
See, you are all brainwashed by the Johnson and Johnson. Just praise the
Damn,
Johnson and
you
Johnson.
worried about the wrong thing, kid.
Praise,
You got dry,
Freeze.
crusty shit up in there. It don't matter who made it.
praise the God of Johnson and Johnson.
Fucking
I'm
You
just-
Bell
can
and
be Harris
Hall.
and Harris, Smith and Smith. It don't matter as long as your ass is clean.
I'm
Get
just
your
saying,
shit right, man.
praise him.
Because if I'm sitting next to your ass on the flight, I'm gonna talk some shit.
That motherfucker's
Like I
thinking.
say, I don't.
Make me ready. Motherfucker like him make me ready to fight. Get your big ass away from
You know, you be tweeting or putting on your Facebook status, sitting next to a passenger who smells like literal shit, and to be sneaking a picture of you.
The chances that that's going to make its way into my Facebook level, I like I said, I don't care about other people. I don't. Other people can kiss my ass.
Man, the internet fans can look off of YouTube. And he
My
smells like
ass,
shit like that.
it's all right. It's all right. That's okay.
We are 4.5 hours into this, man. We got to get out of here because kids will not get right.
But Richard Wrong, who's shitting themselves walking down the street? Why do I need to
You
walk?
can't get right, man. You are can't right.
Just after taking a shit.
You cannot be redeemed, sir. You cannot.
Where are y'all taking
You
these
are a
shit
shitter,
from?
sir. You are a
But
shitter.
I'm asking, where are you guys taking these shit?
There's no
In
redemption.
the bathroom, in the restroom, in the man's room,
Out in the wild?
in
Why
the
is
airport.
Why has this man been fighting for?
I'm just saying, I hold my stuff until I go home, if at all possible. Or at, like,
the world don't work like that, kids. You're gonna have to one of these days take a shit elsewhere.
It might have been delayed because
It
it was
works that
stolen
way
for
for me.
4 hours.
Where am I going? Where I gotta take, like, the few times when I would actually have to do it
Oh, Lord.
on the fly like that is when I'm like traveling, and this is the only time it's the only time that makes sense to me. So I'll defer to the Triple R situation. But even when I'm traveling, I usually dookie at home, get on the plane, and dookie when I touch down. I'm not like shitting on the fly. I try to map my stuff out. No, nobody else maps their stuff out.
Kids,
I don't know.
Stop fighting the power and go to Johnson and Johnson.
I can't, man. I can't do it, bro. I'm not a peer pressure level guy. If you guys all want to praise the God of Johnson and Johnson, praise God, bro. I will wipe my ass successfully. I will cologne up, and I'm good to go, bro.
Well, part of the utilizing the airport facilities is the claustrophobic nature of the air restrooms. And it's like if you don't use one of those air restrooms unless you have to use one of those air restrooms.
Bro, I've never used that. See, like this is what I'm trying to tell you. I either go before or after.
You ever been to Atlanta, kids? You ever been to Atlanta?
I have not been to Atlanta. I've driven.
You go to Atlanta. This is what I tell you not to do, Mister. I don't want to buy wipes because they belong to Johnson and Johnson. There's other brands that you can buy that are flushable that aren't Johnson and Johnson, Mister. I can't stand this company. Listen, let me explain something to you. You go through Atlanta.
Nothing to do with the company. I'm talking about the brainwashing that.
Listen to me very well. You go through Atlanta Hartsfield Airport. There's this very famous restaurant that is located inside Hartsfield Jackson. It's called the Varsity. You know what they serve there? Chili dogs. Chili, dog. They put chili on everything.
You're
Chili.
planning to shit your pants.
Listen,
Like, this is what your plan is. I'm going
it
to go
is.
to the
Listen to me.
airport.
This is
shit
before I'm
my
kids. I'm troubleshooting for you because when you go through
I'm
there,
not trying to eat fucking chili.
because when you go through there,
before I
you
get on
are
a
going
plane.
to want to stop and get some varsity. I guarantee you.
Yeah, get you a little taste of something.
Whoa. So it's like I'm not big on
And then it's like a bubble
Hold on a
gum.
minute. I'm not really big on the Tex-Mex in the first place. I'm just not.
Everybody got to
I'm
try
not-
it, sweetie. I know it ain't that good, but everybody tries it.
I'm not trying to shit my pants before I get on a plane.
Well, ain't nobody
The
trying.
exact reasons that we're talking about here, I'm
There's
not doing
emergency
that.
situations.
Maybe I get it to go and I eat it when I touch down. When it's cold, I have to reheat it. But I'm not so big on Tex-Mex that I'm gonna map my day out by getting the Tex-Mex before I take a flight. Because what'll happen is exactly what you're all describing. Like, I'll be stuck on the plane,
if I don't stop, kid,
and I'm gonna have to take a dookie in a fucking toilet that's this
if
big.
I don't stop, kid, this will go on for the next hour or two. Let me tell you something. This kids is a big man. That man eats. You don't get like that from not eating. There's no such thing as kids not eating. Kids is going to eat. When he eats, he's going to shit somewhere. You know, you're gonna go to the airport. You're gonna eat before you go. You gonna eat.
The food is like coming out right now. I don't care.
I'm shitting before I get to the airport or after. I'm not shitting in the airport or on the plane. That's just stupid. The toilets are this big. I can't even fucking fit in that shit. I can't even fit. I can't even fit there to take a dookie. I can't. I need some room. I need to spread my nuts.
Right. I mean, nobody wants to, but if you gotta go, as the saying goes, you gotta go.
Like, I hear you, and like I'm saying, I kind of defer to this situation, but I map my stuff out, man. I'm not. I've never, like, what's funny, I've never in life been in this situation. I've traveled to Europe.
Hey man, hey, look here.
You know what I'm saying? I've been all over the place.
You got a human stomach just like I do. You're gonna shit. And I'm telling you, Trips is telling you, and the whole world, the whole No Maniac community is telling you, get your big ass somewhere and go get you some wipes.
He's with me, man. He's like, I ain't using the airport bathroom.
Use them, kids. Just go fucking get them. Just keep them.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't using no airport bathroom.
Everybody.
Thank you. I'm going to do Russell Simmons. Thank you very much. See you next week.
Well, as somebody says, flushable wipes, FYI, none of those joints are technically flushable.
You're gonna clog some shit, and that's gonna come back at you.
That's not your problem if it's an airport, because you be gone.
That is fair.
All right, we got to get out of here, man. And I love you guys for being here.
Triple R Nomad are destroying bathrooms worldwide. I'm just leaving this out there as well.
Hey, I'm prepared.
If the toilet in your restaurant or airport has overflown, likely these two motherfuckers.
It's not the disaster. It's being prepared for it. You never know when it's gonna happen. You never know when the disaster is gonna happen.
You would rather be in an airport. You would rather be in an airport and have to use the potty as opposed to being in a baseball or football stadium.
I had to use the airport potty once.
Oh, I don't use those things either. I'm
talking about mid-flight, bro.
Mid-flight?
Oh, you mean like in the room?
That was one of my.
You didn't know you were taking a plane?
One of my recruiting visits. I'm 17 years old. I didn't know no better.
But you knew you were taking a plane, right?
Fucking right. But I'm 17 years old. And my mama, my auntie.
You shouldn't have visited varsities before
getting
on the fucking plane.
I'm going for a weekend for my first time ever leaving, and everybody wants to feed me, and I get on that motherfucker.
You stay up to varsities before you go on your recruiting visits, and
it happened, bro. It happened. But that's 17-year-old nomad. Now I'm talking about grown ass.
That 17-year-old nomad, like, damn, I got the shit.
Jesus Murphy,
on,
man.
You gotta get your shit.
Enough to know you shit before and you shit after. You don't shit during. You don't.
Well, sometimes it's not up to you. No matter how much you want to mind over matter or how my cheeks till I get home.
There was no pause in that. There was no hole in that. It was the cookie is right coming out the cutter. You know what I mean? That's just what it is.
The varsities, bro. Ease back on the Tex-Mex before you go on your recruiting visits.
The
You'll be
cook-
just fine. You'll be good.
The turtle head was showing. It's time to go to the bathroom.
Oh boy.
All right, man.
Damn.
We got to get out of
But
here.
that's the scary part, though. When the turtle sticks his head out, that's when it gets all smeary.
Oh, there's no stopping that.
All right. We cannot let Trip sidetrack this. We got to go. We've been on here 4.5 hours, and that's way too much content for you all. But I hope you all enjoyed it. Love you all, and I gotta leave you guys with these famous words. If you can think it and you can see it, there is no reason in the world why you cannot absolutely manifest it. Do not, and I repeat, do not be a prisoner of your own mind. But with that being said, me and Ked's shitty ass are out.